Read the public notice. The Board of Commissioners of the City of Mount Juliet will conduct a public hearing and consider the following on September 8th at 6:15 at City Hall. I'll read it. We have 4 items for the public hearing. The first one is an ordinance to rezone approximately 0.48 acres of property at 2190 North Mount Juliet Road, map 721, Group C, parcel 11, from CTC to CNS Bud, and adopt the preliminary master development plan for 2190 North Mount Juliet Road convenience store. The second item is an ordinance to rezone the property located at 8790 Saundersville Road, approximately 1 acre, map 32H, Group A, parcel 9, from RS40 to RS30. The third item is an ordinance to approve the lease agreement with the Mount Juliet West Wilson County Senior Citizen Center for the Mount Juliet Senior Activity Center. The fourth item is an ordinance to approve the land use plan amendment for the Sutton located between East Division Street, Rutland Drive, and Groden Bear Parkway for mixed use to high-density residential. The public is invited to attend and comment. If you have comments for the Board of Commissioners that you would like to give on these 4 items, I would invite you to come forward to the podium and you'll be recognized for 3 minutes. I'll just ask for your name and address for the record.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kevin Forbes. I'm representing Another Venture LLC on behalf of item 1. The primary address for the business is 2176 North Mount Juliet Road at the intersection of Mount Juliet and Division. I own that corner lot in the automotive garage and just have some concerns in the development of this. The property line for the proposed convenience store is incredibly close to the proximity of the front of the automotive garage. There's been a paint booth there for several decades that probably has less than 6 to 7 feet to pull out. And with the proposed expansion of the area, I'm concerned that there won't be access to the front of the property as normal for them to conduct regular business. In addition, there's a private drive, if you're looking at the convenience store property located just to the right of it, which is a private drive to the backlot property, which has been deeded by the railroad. And in the past, when the convenience store was filling their tanks, it frequently had to be used by their heavy delivery trucks and things of that nature, which caused damage to the easement. And of course, additional traffic. As my businesses grow in that area, I'm concerned as they incur more traffic that there'll be a confusion between public use and private use in that easement, which can cause issue. And in the front property, I understand we all probably incur this as property owners, neighboring properties parking on your lot for short-term use. But I do regularly get gas station or convenience store clients parking in the lot daily. And as we're a very tight lot on the front corner there, parking is obviously very prime, especially in active business hours. Post business hours, not a heavy concern, but during daily traffic, I'm sure you've all seen my lot. It gets pretty crazy. So that's really it. You know, no opposition to somebody making the most of everything. Just want to make sure that we're not impeded from doing normal business in the process. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Clarence said 200 Maple Way, and I'm not here on the 4 items that you have on the agenda, but I am concerned about 11A, the Mirabella.
Sir, we're
business.
just on the public hearing. We'll have citizen comments at the regular meeting.
Okay.
We'll get you on. Get you on at that point.
I've got a disabled daughter that I have to take care of, so will that be shortly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else to address the board on the 4 items listed? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and we will reconvene in 10 minutes at 6:30 for our regular meeting. Good evening, everyone. Today is September 8th, and I'll call the meeting of the Board of Commissioners to order. We have a quorum pursuant to City Code 62210. Proceed with conducting of our business. We do have, if you're following along, we do have some agendas in the bar baskets in the back. So without objection, we'll set the agenda as published. Hearing no objections, we have a 141-page packet to go through tonight. So if you're online, feel free to follow along on the website or the agendas in the wire basket as well. So with that, I'll recognize Mr. Martin and ask him to lead us in the invocation and pledge.
Thanks, everyone. If you bow your heads with me, please. Gracious Lord, we come together with a shared purpose and ask for your presence to unite us. May peace reign in our hearts as we discuss matters before us. Help us to listen with empathy, speak with kindness, and work collaboratively towards common goals. May your peace be the foundation of our interactions. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Next item is the approval of the minutes from our last meeting. Is there a motion?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any questions or comments? All in favor of the minutes as published, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Minutes do carry. Next item on our agenda is citizen comments. If you're here to address the Board of Commissioners, I would invite you to come forward to give your name and address for the record. You'll be recognized. The board's under no obligations to answer questions from the floor, but we do welcome you and invite you to come forward. We just ask you to keep the topics city-related and items going on with the city and not so much individuals. But at that thing, I'd open up the floor and invite you to come forward, give me your name and address, please.
Cindy Sharp, 902 Lexi Court, Mount Juliet. I appreciate those who have taken the time to speak with me and respond to my emails regarding the Mirabella subdivision. And I understand it's just a discussion tonight. Our community is growing, but our infrastructure is not keeping up. Roads are congested, schools are stretched, safety is at risk. And this is more than an inconvenience. It affects our daily lives. And we understand that development happens. We're not against that. But progress must accompany the growth. Safety must accompany the growth, and planning must accompany the growth. Without these, it just leads to one thing: frustration. Let me say that again: frustration. The concern will still remain the same. The subdivision sits along a narrow, curvy county road, very congested state road, where the city has very limited control. Since June 9th, what steps have been taken to make these roads safer for our community? From my perspective, the focus seems to have been helping the developers get sewer connections rather than protecting the community. So I just urge you to reach out to your state officials, our county officials, because I know I have. We need to ensure that critical infrastructure and projects are prioritized, not placed on the back burner. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Krista Dancy. I'm at 602 Cooks Hill Road, Mount Juliet.
Thank you.
So what I'd actually like to talk about is what I think the Mirabella development has revealed, in that there is a large gap that citizens are falling into. Since May, I've been in touch with over 24 city, county, and state officials about Lebanon Road. Let me give you a map of the responses I've gotten. Whew, sorry, I get nervous. The city commission here has said that it is a county and state issue. When I speak with the county, they have told me that it is a TDOT or a city issue. When I contact TDOT, They have told me this is a city development, so it's a city issue. I've spoken to over 24 representatives. Some of you here have responded to me, and nobody has said they are the one to talk to. So a question that I want to pose that I hope will come up during discussion is, where is the place for a citizen to talk about their concerns related to Lebanon Road as we continue to expand? We are within the urban growth boundary, which means we are future Mount Juliet. That's what we are. And when our road is ignored, and our road is a bottleneck, and our road is deadly and dangerous, and our road is not accessible to first responders, next to an elementary school, that is Mount Juliet's road. And as we expand and we grow and we put commercial enterprise right up to the road, we kick the can down the road, if you'll excuse the pun, for Mount Juliet future city commissioners to deal with. Whereas right now we have an opportunity to ask that the developer who stands to benefit the most from this growth also helps offset the impact to your neighbors. So my question again, that I'm proposing, that I'm asking, that I know you don't respond in this moment, and that's okay, but maybe during discussion can be responded to, for the neighbors of Lebanon Road who fall between the cracks, where's our place? Who do we speak to? Who is in charge of this safety issue? Because TDOT says it's not them. Mayor Hutta's office says it's not them. The county commissioners told me, when it's in front of me, I'll talk to you about it. Everyone points me back here, and every member here tells me to go back to the people who just sent me here. I think that what Mirabella has done, which by the way, I think it's a great development for me personally. It's going to improve my property value. Compared to other developments, I think it's a nice one to have. I'm not against it, but it has revealed a major crack that future Mount Juliet City is going to have to deal with. So I encourage it to be a part of the discussion now and not be put off. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Clarence said 200 Maple Way. It's really funny that new business is the major topic tonight with everybody. And the concern I have is, when I sat on the zoning commission meeting, they told the developers not to bring to the Board of Commissioners the proposal for Mirabella until they had all of the septic systems worked out. But they brought it anyway. So I know that TCA 844-101 says, hey, there's not supposed to be any backdoor deals. It's supposed to finish everything they said they were going to do from that zoning meeting, which they brought up putting a light at the end of Beckwith Road so people can get out. It takes me sometimes 12 minutes to pull out of my subdivision, Green Valley subdivision. That's 55 miles an hour. 109 is 5 now because it's so dangerous. And it's 4 lanes wide with a center turn lane. They're doing 55 by our entrance of our subdivision. They're doing the same thing at the end of Bass Road, which has got a curve that nobody can see around. So what this lady brought up is, yes, there's a problem. If you take Beckwith Road from Lebanon Road down to the new entrance where Mirabella is going to go in, that's narrow. There's trees 6 inches off the side of that road. So we're saying, please, we agree it's going to be a good development. Okay. We're not saying, no, don't do it. But do the things that you say that you can do to improve everything. Because we don't want it to be like when they opened up the Mount Juliet High School, where it was a nightmare traffic jam, getting people in and getting people out. Take care of it now. Listen to what the people are asking you to do. Okay? And because, in my mind, you guys didn't really follow protocol, I think the first reading for Mirabella subdivision should be 2 weeks from now when it's posted on the signs by the side of the road on Beckwith and on Lebanon Road. I think it should be the first reading, not the second reading. So it gives people that got surprised that this was coming up tonight, that they have time to prepare first and second reading. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else to address the Board of Commissioners? All right, seeing none, we will close citizen comments and we'll move forward with Commissioner reports and comments. With that, I'll recognize Commissioner Giles for your comments. Sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank all who participated and attended the annual BPAC Greenway Walk that was on the 14th of August. It was well attended, and we had really a great time. So thank you for those who did. A lot of city staff was there, and so we really appreciate it. I also want to mention, and I don't do it every time, a lot of us do. I know the last time I said something about the PD, but we've got a great police department. We've got a great fire department, and the things that they do today, some of you may not know that the police apprehended two suspects that had homicide warrants for them in another area, and got them off the street. I appreciate that. And then over the last few weeks, when we had the storms come through, there was a fire at Glass Creek, and the fire department responded and took care of that. We're just very, very fortunate in this city to have both of those departments that are so great. So thanks to both of y'all, both of your departments, for what you do for us. Mayor, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll recognize Vice Mayor Trevette. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yep. Thanks, Mayor. And thanks for the folks coming out tonight. Also, that are folks that are online. I hope I did reach out to everybody that did reach out to me for some of the concerns. I try to make sure that I did my best to get through all those, and also appreciate staff for also stepping in and answering some of the more technical questions when it comes down to specifics. And again, it's just, it's a team effort up here. That's one thing that, that I can say all day long. We always talk about our first responders. They do an amazing job. They take care of our streets. They protect us, but it's also our other departments. It's definitely a team effort. That's one thing that I'm really excited about, because every time I turn around, it's always improvements. And for the folks that are out here, that are dealing with our staff, they've got a hard job just like you do, going to work every day. But these folks right here, they're dealing with, a lot of times, from what I've heard and seen, is that usually that you only come to the city with a problem. So if you think about that all the time, they're always looking for a good solution. So I appreciate the fact that that every time I reach out to them, they're in good standings. They try and do their best to have a good attitude. They, all these different departments, they're all about making sure that we are forward facing as customer service. So I appreciate that. And, this commission does not say it enough, but, actually, I think we say it a lot, but it's still not enough, that we appreciate every department that the city's working with, as well as our community. So last thing is, when it comes down to it, just a reminder, these last couple of weeks, I was actually heading into some different job sites. I'm still seeing cars that are having some challenges stopping at bus stops. Please, please, please take a moment. If you're heading into work, you're heading back home, slow down. Whatever it is, it's not that important. When it comes down to it, kids getting off those buses, they're either wanting to get to school or they're wanting to get home. They're not paying attention. So please slow down, talk it over with your family, your kids that are out, new drivers. Just reiterate that, that safety. Mayor, that concludes my reports. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And with that, we'll recognize Commissioner Hefner. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. First of all, appreciate everybody coming out and watching on TV, and I do appreciate the citizen comments. Those are meaningful each and every time. So appreciate you guys getting up and speaking. Also want just a reminder, I think it's coming up in a couple of weeks, Mount Juliet Police Department ribbon cutting. Do we have a date on that? It's coming up this month, I believe, 22nd. So really, really looking forward to that. I haven't done the tour yet, so I plan on doing that in the next week or two. So I see Deputy Chief Chandler back there shaking his head, so I'll give you a call. Also, sales tax revenues up, which was a very pleasant surprise for the first few months of the year. So really looking forward to that mid-year review in January. So very encouraging. I think we're up $2.2 million over last year, the same period. So very, very encouraging. And to that, support your local businesses. We have a few that are tinkering on keeping doors open or closed. So anytime you can shop local, please do so. it means a great deal to not only the local businesses, but also to the citizens of Mount Juliet, because that's where we get our sales tax revenue, which makes up about 85% of what fuels this engine called the city of Mount Juliet. So please keep small businesses here in Mount Juliet in mind. And then also, Commissioner Giles, to your point about emergency services, Glass Creek apartment, this is the second time that the apartment building got struck by lightning. The first time, I think the entire building was burnt down. This time, I think it was confined to one apartment and maybe some smoke damage on a secondary one. So good job in your response times and getting that fire put out. So with that, conclude my report.
Thank you, sir. With that, we recognize Commissioner Mullally. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I don't really have a report, but again, I want to thank everyone for coming out and speaking. I know that's not easy to do, especially when you get up to the podium. I know how nervous people get. And thank you for all the great points you make about this traffic and infrastructure, the roads that we need. And I hate when I call somebody and they tell me to go here, go there, and you end up back where you started. I know that's frustrating. And really it involves all of us. It involves the city, the county, the state, and it's just hard to get a definitive answer. I know the city has our part that we do, like certain things, I don't know what all it is, engineering, we're required to do our part. And then TDOT is required to do their part on a state road. So it's kind of all of us. So I agree with everything y'all say. And basically how we get road improvements here in the city, and even when we approve a development that's currently in the county and we annex it in, is we get it through development, which might include a little widening, some turn lanes, a signal, sidewalks. That's how we get these things, is through development. And that's outside of the capital road projects that we have, such as the widening of East Division, Pleasant Grove, Beckwith Road. Those are our capital widening projects. So outside of that, that's how we get road improvements in the city, is through development. And in addition to what they're required to do when their development is approved, we also ask them, and it's illegal to require it, we ask them to generally for a voluntary contribution. They most generously agree. Typically, it's about $7,500 per unit, whether it's a house, apartment, townhome, whatever it is, to go toward off-site road improvements. So I don't know if you know that or not. So in addition to what they're already required to do, they do volunteer this to put up this money to go toward off-site road improvements. So they do pay a lot of money it's very expensive to build here in the city. It's very expensive. People may not realize that. So the city, I don't know where I'm at on time, but the city does our part, I would say, to bring these improvements, road improvements, little by little. And I know that if you don't see a lot of construction equipment out there, that doesn't mean nothing is happening, because there's a lot of pre-construction phases to go through. But we do our best there. So also wanted to say I missed the last meeting because I had the opportunity to go to the Bahamas with my family, and I wasn't going to miss that. And so that's the second meeting I've missed in 6 years. So I don't think that's bad at all. So and one thing that I like to do, and I know that every time you leave the house and go somewhere, we're always in a hurry, always. We're always in a hurry to get here, get there. So one thing that I just started doing is not getting in my car and expecting to be on the other side of the town in 5 minutes. So something I started doing to relieve stress on myself is just enter the address in the GPS, and it'll pretty much give you an exact time of arrival. And you can prepare for the trip. if you do it before you get in the car, you know how much time you have. And that way you're not stressing because you got caught at a red light or you're behind a pokey person or, whatever. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you. That's something I started doing to relieve some of the stress of the traffic problem in my life. So anyway, that's all.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, we'll recognize our city manager for his report. So you're recognized for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thanks, everybody, for coming out tonight and those watching from home. It's good to see a lot of familiar faces and folks participating in local government. First and foremost, I want to thank our veterans because without them, we wouldn't be here and able to have the freedoms that we have in our country. Very thankful for that. As all the commissioners said so eloquently, thank you for shopping local. I want to thank this elected body, previous elected bodies, and our citizens because for somebody that came to work here nearly 36 years ago was the 6th police officer in town. And I can tell you about the tools we had then, which was a 6-shot and a wooden stick. No shoes, a lot of things. Miss Sheila will remember that. She's the only person that's been here longer. And to look at the tools that this elected body gives all of our departments, every one of our departments, is amazing. LPR cameras, what happened today was a direct correlation between good work with Lebanon, the county, and this county. If you're a criminal and you're thinking about coming and committing crimes, do not come to Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Do not come to Wilson County, Tennessee. Keep your crime wherever you want to keep it. Do not bring it here. It is not welcome. Our citizens are being protected. The number one thing government is supposed to do is protect the people that make a city a city. And without you all in this room and those watching from home, it is not a city. So that's why we have EMS in a city. Only one of 10 cities in the entire state. Only one the size of Mount Juliet that has it. Thank you very much for saving lives. The LPR cameras and all the tools we have, the best of the best, because that's where it should be. Factor trucks, sweeper trucks, all the tools that we've got in the city. I remember when we had one public works truck. It's because of the vision of this elected body and your willingness to support the things we need here. That's why show up in local is so important. That's why these road improvements are important. I remember being 2.5 years ago with the mayor. We went to an event for the current governor, Governor Lee. Mayor had an idea that we'd go to the state. We went down, this commission elected to support by the tune of $25 million to give the state of Tennessee. The governor said he's looking for partners. That made that plan because of what you did. In short order, Public Works Department here, Mr. Matt White applied for a grant, $25 additional million, $50 million to go toward about an $80 million project. That's what this city does so well. Kudos for doing that because that's why we're in the position we're in. Our seniors, one of the things you'll see tonight is our senior citizen, our director, and her team is here tonight because they're saying many years ago how you treat your children and how you treat older people speaks a lot about your community. You'll see a little bit of that tonight. Thank you, elected body, for stepping up and doing what you're going to do here in just a little bit. Another thing, like when we talk about shopping local, if you're looking at buying furniture soon, will you do me a favor and hold off for just a few months? Just get a little bit more out of that Dateline mattress that you've got and maybe whatever else that you've got at the house that you're waiting on. I'm wanting 2 recliners. We've got an Edith and Archie chair at my house. For those of you old enough to remember that, they need to be replaced, but I'm waiting. So here's why I'm waiting. Rooms to Go in Mount Juliet will be opening real soon. For those of you that wondered what happened to Joanne's Fabrics, it's being replaced with a Haverty's furniture store. You know why they come to Mount Juliet? It's because the per capita income and the median household income here is so good because of you all that they're moving their store here. Please buy it here in Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Tholos Restaurant, the Mediterranean restaurant that just opened downtown. You ask for higher end, that's a higher end restaurant. Please patronize them. Roadhouse will be open by the end of the year. And if you're looking for something to do with your grandkids, you'll have a Slick City that'll be opening up here real soon too. And it's good for folks my age and older too. So I look to see some familiar faces there. And last but not least, Mayor, I've got 2 wonderful people to recognize. If you'll give me an opportunity and bless me, I'd like to go to the podium.
Yes, sir.
All right. This will be real quick, and I don't usually take this much time, but there's a sweet lady sitting right over there. Miss Sheila Luckett, raise your hand. It's been a constant beside me. She is going to be retiring December 5th, so it's short order. So I really want to do the best I can to embarrass her for the next few months. Everything we can. So if that's right. No, I said it'd been here longer than me. So I don't mean she started really young, right out of middle school. So, but Miss Sheila's going to be retiring and enjoying some time with family and things of that nature. So we're very thankful. But I wanted to point that out because it speaks volumes about what I'm fixing to do. But the people that you see up here, especially our elected body, you all raise your hands for me, please. Okay. They made a decision to get into this crazy work called government. They volunteer. They're your neighbors next door. They share the same traffic you do. They live in this community. Their grandkids and children all live in this community too. And we love it. And they do everything they can. They wake up for a measly handful of dollars a month. They don't make a lot. By state law, you can't pay them a lot. And you'd be pretty surprised at what they make. They all have full-time jobs, full-time families. So we got an opportunity as people like Miss Sheila and other people to see them in their personal lives, their children, what they sacrifice for their families. And it sounds hokey, but it's reality. We all do that every day. We get up like this lady was up here speaking and she got nervous because we love our city. And ultimately, at the end of the day, you're just trying to make today better than yesterday and tomorrow better than today. So it's people like this that I like taking an opportunity to recognize. And I'm a big kid at heart, so I'm always cutting up with folks and loving on them, as we call it, loving on them, because you never know. If you know the suicide rates in this country and where they're at today, they're just about double, especially with young folks. And it's because we don't take time sometimes to say, how you doing? How you feeling? Make you feel a little bit better. So I'm going to take the opportunity to tell a couple of folks, and I'm going to give them some really expensive certificates and some really expensive awards that are in a cardboard box. Only the best of cardboard here, okay? But in our small token of saying this doesn't show, but just a small token of how much we appreciate you. Tonight, it just happens to be that there's two people I'd like to recognize. The first one I'd like to recognize, and I'll let them sit there so that then they can come up, but I'd like to brag on a little bit. It's Commissioner Scott Hefner. Commissioner, raise your hand. And I know the sacrifices you make along with all of you make. And at different intervals, we recognize them. For this particular one, even though it probably feels like 10 years, Commissioner Hefner is a dedicated public servant, works with staff daily, works with citizens daily, in addition to his full-time career. And I'd like to recognize him for tonight. I know the sacrifices you make from your wife and your family for 5 years of service. And just say on behalf of all 330 employees and 45,000 residents and the people that patronize this city every day, thank you all, even for those that hadn't been recognized yet or you're waiting on your 10 or whatever. Thank you. Thank you for what you do from the people of Mount Juliet. I hear that daily. It is different. Mount Juliet is a different city. We see our warts and sometimes we forget the blessings we've got. There's a lot of blessings here. We're working on warts, I promise. We work on that every day to make sure we're doing the things that you all want us to do. So Commissioner Hefner, thank you, my brother, for your service. And we'll come up and get you guys to do pictures with Justin if you'd like, or we can do that now if you'd like to come up and I can hand it to you now. I would have taken it out of the box. It looks a lot better out of the box.
Thank you. Thank you. It is my absolute pleasure to serve.
And if you want to say something, you're welcome to. If you want to get your mic and say anything, I didn't give you the opportunity up here.
I'll just extension of what I just said. I mean, it's my absolute pleasure to serve. I felt that it was my duty to serve. I felt like I could have made a difference, and hopefully I have. And I'm not running for District 3 again, so I'm not going to be a commissioner here. This is my last term, and that's by my own choice. So a firm believer in term limits. So anybody in District 3, you got 3 years to think about it. So, but anyways, it's been my absolute pleasure and honor to serve the citizens of Mount Juliet and the residents of District 3.
But
thank you for this. It means a lot.
Thank you for your sacrifice, Commissioner. Really appreciate it. All right, and then the next person is a person that I remember going to some meetings with when they first came here, and I don't know if it took growing.
I think your time's up, sir.
Yeah, I might go over a little bit tonight. But another one is I remember going to some meetings early on. There used to be a lady that'd show up and she'd sit right there on the front row and talk about the city starting a fire department. We always had a great relationship with WEMA, but I think since we brought our own fire department on, we've just exceeded all expectations. And I remember the mayor and a lot of the hard work and the gritty work and going to meetings and not being able to speak. And I remember somebody made a comment about his young face. I remember thinking, I would be envious. If anybody ever says you look young, do not get offended by that. Take it as long as you can take it. But the young man sitting right there.
Certainly don't last.
That's right. Now you still look just as young now as then and still got a head full of hair, so I'm envious of that. But it's hard to believe that it's been 15 years ago, Mayor, that you come to join us as a commissioner. And I think one of the first.
That hair was red when I started.
That's right. That's right. And I saw his two little precious daughters, and they're both, I think, in college now. And I think maybe one might be getting closer to graduating, Mayor. And I apologize. I can't remember all the exact details, but not trying to age him, but he's got two beautiful daughters and a wonderful wife that's an educator. And just watching those little girls grow up over 15 years and realize how many times their dad was here, and times we've been out on tornado sites together with each one of you, that you've been out there picking up limbs and helping your neighbors and all these subdivisions. So it's hard to believe it's been 15 years and time flies. But Mayor, thank you for what you do for us, because I know sometimes in the mayor's seat, everybody wants the mayor, kind of thing. I go to things sometimes, I'm here to represent the mayor, and they're like, well, where's the mayor? Well, I say he can't be at everything, because you imagine he gets tugged at a lot. So 2 beautiful daughters, an absolutely beautiful wife, 15 years of service, not only as a commissioner, but also I believe as the vice mayor and then the mayor. So thank you. And again, I hope to get to do this again real soon with the others. I'm not sure when folks' time up, but a lot of you have been commissioners for, a lot of you have been commissioners for a long time. Seems a little hokey, but we're very appreciative. And it's hard sometimes to be the mayor because he's got a gavel sometime, and mine's coming real close. I need to wrap it up. Mayor, would you come up here so we can formally recognize you? And it's a small token again, but it is a token. And to the folks that's in the audience and all the 45,000 citizens, thank you for all that you do. I'll conclude with this. Everybody, thank you for your patience and hearing me out on that. I get a little long-winded sometimes. Thanks, commissioners, for all that you do. And Mayor, that concludes my report, and God bless America.
Well, that was a very interesting report. I will say I did not know that Miss Luckett was our first employee to have shoes, so. Or something to that effect. With that, we will move right on to the business of the city, which is number 9A, an ordinance to rezone approximately 0.4 acres of property at 2190 North Mount Juliet Road, map 721, Group C, parcel 11, from CTC to C&S PUD, and to adopt the preliminary master development plan for the convenience store. Have a motion? Motion is second. Any questions or comments? Mr. Mullally, you're recognized.
Thank you. I do think this is going to be a nice store, and I agree that there needs to be something a whole lot nicer here. So according to the plan I've seen, it looks like a really nice store. I am curious. Let's see. John, I asked you this. You said that number 27 under planning, the brick and the clay was removed because it's addressed somewhere else. Okay, 14. And the waiver for the canopy, you said that that's something that we offer. Okay, outside of the masonry.
Yeah, weight usually is
The weight,
concern, yeah.
okay. And the pedestrian connection was removed, but it's also addressed somewhere else.
I removed the condition because in between planning commission and the first BOC reading, their plans that they submitted now show one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I really don't like the parking. I think it's going to be a problem. I don't like there's only one handicap spot. I think there's a lot going on a half acre. I really don't like 3 pumps. I don't know why you can't do 2. I assume it's because of money, but I wasn't here at first reading. BOC did pass it and gave them all the variances, so it is what it is. And I'm sure that the votes are going to be there to pass second reading. So I just wanted to say that for the record. That's all.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? All right, all in favor of the ordinance, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Does carry on second reading. 9B, which is an ordinance to rezone the property located at 8790 Sundersville Road, approximately 1 acre, map 32H, Group A, parcel 9, from RS40 to RS30.
Motion.
I hear a motion. Is there a second? Second. Any questions or comments on it? It's on the floor. All right, all in favor of 9B, please signify by saying aye.
All right.
Any opposed? 9B does carry. 9C, which is an ordinance to approve the lease agreement with the Mount Juliet West Wilson County Senior Citizen Service Center for the Mount Juliet Senior Activity Center. Have a motion? Motion and second. The item's on the floor. Commissioner Giles, you're recognized.
Yeah, we need to make an amendment to this contract, and I've talked to the attorney about it. I've also talked to a representative from the senior citizen. We need to put something in there, unless you got the terminology, Sam. I just come up on this one. I know we've got something else to talk about later, but I just come up with this one, policy to be endorsed with AI, additional insured. So city has a copy of those policy decks. We should have that on file. And that is not in lieu of a COI. It's in addition to. So I'll make a motion for that.
I'll second, just so I can hear this more detail from the attorney.
Ms. Burnett.
Commissioner Giles had just asked if that would be okay, and I have no.
I mean, if you
It
want
makes
to
it
go
more
through the
solid.
insurance, why it's so important, they have no problem with it. A lot of your insurance companies require that it's physically endorsed on the policy, so it's on the decks, and then the COI is also given. A COI is given from an agency, okay? And let's say that something happened to their contract and the agency didn't tell the city, then we have no coverage. But if it's on the actual decks of the policy, and let's say that they're canceled for some reason, we get notice of that. And also then if, well, anyway, so that makes us know that they don't. And there's some other things dealing with insurance, but that's the main thing. It's a common practice in a lot of carriers to require that be endorsed on the policy before even COIs can be given. Yeah.
Commissioner, is this a change to any portion of the contract or an
It's just an
addition?
addition to it.
And could you reword that? Or,
Okay.
not reword, but reiterate what you just said. Repeat.
Yeah, a policy to be endorsed with additional insured, which is the city of Mount Juliet and the address that's been provided on there for the COI. I'm just saying that so that people understand. To be endorsed with additional insured so that city has copy of the policy decks. This is not in lieu of the COI, but it's in addition to the COI.
Not a replacement of the COI, but an addition to the COI.
That's correct.
Okay.
And again, very common. Yeah, I've already reviewed it with Rob and yeah.
That was your motion. Was there a second?
Yeah, there was a second.
Okay, got a second on it. Mr. Porter standing back there holding the wall. Any thoughts? Any concerns?
We had a discussion. I mean, the insurance, pretty typical certificate of insurance, named as additional insured. We're okay with that. We're fine.
Sounds good. So this was, the city, we provided a copy of the policy,
Decks.
policy decks to add, to endorse additional insurers. So the city has a copy of the policy decks, not to replace the COI, but in addition to.
Yeah.
All right.
Correct.
All right. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? That is passed. We're back on the ordinances once amended. Any other questions or comments? We've also got in the ordinance, the contract itself, under B, voluntary, we got payback, cost payback on here. Was this an addition since first reading? This was here first reading.
That was there.
Did you want to make a comment on it?
I don't have a comment on that. The highlighted sections were just things that I was trying to bring to the board's attention.
Okay.
Nothing needs to be changed in the cost payback. It's just a little bit unique compared to other agreements that we do. That's only if the city decides to boot out the seniors before the end of this contract. So we don't owe anything unless we boot them out.
Well, the way I interpret it is if we kick them out, we owe them money after a certain period of time.
Correct.
I'm not an attorney. And that's on page 4 of the contract.
The only thing I wanted to bring to the board's attention was under section, sorry,
Looking at page 3, I
page
believe.
3, yes, which is section 5 for the use. There's a couple blanks as to who is going to be responsible for a couple rooms there.
I show 3.
And I'll also say all of these assignments about who's going to be responsible for things, that was chosen by the senior citizen board. If you wanted to look at that closer.
Commissioner Giles.
This is a question for Sam, and I know we talked about this, but I wasn't writing the notes when I was talking to you about. In the contract, there is nowhere in here that says that we would waive segregation if it happened, right?
I doubt that that's in there,
Okay.
but
Well,
I can double check.
it's really a hot topic right now. There's a lot.
It
You've
is.
got to really be careful on that because
I can look into it while the board's determining the other blanks, and I can get back to you.
okay. Because we shouldn't waive segregation if it's in there. I don't think it's in there. And I didn't see it either, but that doesn't mean it's not in there. I just want to make 100% sure. And that's normally in the insurance clause in there somewhere in that section.
It is not in there.
Yeah,
So,
normally it is, unless somebody throws it in. I don't think that's been happening. I don't think that's happened.
Did you going to make a motion or just a comment?
Well, it was a comment. I hope it's not in there anywhere. I don't think it is.
It's not in there.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, under page 3, we have the burden, I guess, has been placed on our shoulders to decide who will be assigned the janitorial closet labeled number 145. So I think we have some shared space as well between the restrooms. So to me, that closet might be another shared space, city/lessee. I'm seeing agreement there. Closet number 147, and I am not familiar with closet 147, and it has slipped my mind since I last reviewed the plans.
One right behind the chambers.
Okay.
Your meeting chambers.
Yes, sir, Vice Mayor.
No, I just got a quick question. So initially, with our old parks director, there was some discussion that would be shared on the utilities. I see that now the city's 100%. I just didn't know what changed there.
That was just part of the agreement when they,
Initially,
Got
the
us.
first agreement, or was that, did something change? Because I remember, like when I seen this, I guess I should have called earlier to throw this, so it's not throwing any horseshoes in here or anything like that, but, you know.
You talk about the whole utilities or just the utilities for closet 147?
No, I'm saying for the entire utilities.
Gotcha.
Sorry to go off track here, but, well, I guess it would be the closet utilities, yeah, and many more, you know what I mean? So, but no, for some reason, I remember, you know, our old parks director, that was a discussion for them to be split, so.
We discussed at one point that, but we got off that real quick as far as how to be able to handle that. It was really not a good way. It's a city building on city property. All the utilities are tied together with the police, with the new police station and other. We just went another way. We said that's probably not a good idea.
They're tied to the new police department? I think they're on a
The
separate.
the water's coming off the street, the old driveway that used to serve the church. The fire water is off a loop.
That's on a
is also
sub-meter though,
doubles.
right? That's on a
Correct.
sub-meter. So it, I mean, just because it's serving it, it still has a sub-meter, so.
For the
it'll be based-
fire is a sub-meter, that's correct.
Yep.
But we went another direction, stayed away from worrying about utility bills.
Okay. I was just looking between that and then, sorry, Mayor, to get off topic from the utility room to the utilities, but it was between that and then, of course, the maintenance. I thought we were picking up the maintenance and it was a partnership between the utilities.
I think we're taking care of the maintenance except for city events that come in and the meeting chambers. Everything else we're taking care of, I believe.
Well, I'm saying the maintenance as in the heating, cooling systems, the air conditioning, the electrical system, fixtures,
So this
plumbing systems.
Discussion is, again, is that since it was a city building, that they would take care of the building features themselves.
We got city designated as replacing the light bulbs.
That one may have slipped through.
Yeah, that's what
I'm
I'm
not
saying.
sure
There's-
y'all want to change the light bulbs, but
I
you
mean,
can
I'm looking
change
at
that if we
the,
need to. We'll give on that one.
well, I'm saying the end, I mean, like the operations, I mean, because again, obviously there is, the way I look at it is if staff, okay, let's say your staff for some reason, let's say leaves the lights on or leaves the air conditioner turned down to 67 and they leave for the rest of the days, there's no accountability there. It's gonna be left on the taxpayer. So that's my concern. So
They are very frugal in
I
their
understand that, but
operation,
sometimes
and
people
it's more
forget.
likely that an event at night might leave something on than it would be the daytime users. But again, this is a little bit uncharted territory in the shared use, and we will work through all these problems. But we assure you that we will be very frugal in the operations.
I mean, there's just, I don't know, there's a couple, questions. I mean, this is the first reading, right? This is second.
This is the second of the first readings.
If we were to push this out for 2 weeks, or, I mean, like if I was to make a motion to push this out until we get this worked out, because this is a big expense here. And I think I appreciate the attorney for highlighting that, but, I mean, is that going to mess up with you guys at all?
And
or
again,
no?
with the city also being able to operate within the building that we're creating,
Yeah.
we didn't have any way really of separating use on utilities or, we kind of broke out the cleaning depending on who was using the facilities at which time, but it just wasn't a real clean way of
Yeah, I think
doing
it'd be
it.
a good partnership though. I mean, because we do have other line items in here that are split, and I think we can go off of the occupancy, off the schedule, off the planning to be able to say, okay, if it was this group here has used it, say 40%, then there should be some type of accountability there. I'm just a little concerned there because it was something that was initially discussed, and I'll go back to that because that was when we all sat down over at the parks.
That was one of the very first meetings it
Yes,
was
sir.
brought up. I
Yep.
agree. But we turned off that pretty quick because of the shared operations.
Commissioner Giles.
I thought there would be a separate meter for that compared to the police station.
Well, the water
other
meter
building, aren't they
itself, the
separate?
domestic water is a separate meter. It's the original meter from the church and the police station that's there currently. But the fire loop was put in, I don't know if you're aware, but the part of the work that the senior citizens are doing are installing a new sprinkler system. All this time, that building has never been sprinkled. So they're spending a lot of money on a new sprinkler system, which will stay with the building forever, whether we're in there or not. So that particular fire connection is being made off of the loop that was created for the new police station. And that fire line stays dormant. It just sits there unless there's a need for it. It's a designated fire line. So this facility, the new senior building, will also have a connection to that line, which is just going to sit there unless it's needed. So it was that was worked out on the front end when the police station was being designed.
So, but there's not a separate electric meter or nothing.
Electric, there is a separate meter.
So who's paying that?
And again, it's a city building, but I guess at this point, what do we need to talk about more?
Well,
we had gotten through that, I thought. But
I would say if there's anything here, you have to keep in mind too, that a portion of this building is still going to be used for city functions. So I don't know how you get into metering it. I don't know if you talk about lease or percentage of square feet or what that does, but
Normally.
That's how you do it, percentage of square feet.
do you have anything else, Commissioner Giles?
No, but I was just going to comment that they are responsible for most of the expenses down through here, actually, except the two up there at the top and then down towards the bottom.
You gotta go to,
Let's get Commissioner Hefner.
you gotta look at pages 43 and 44, which gets into, and 45, which gets into, It's under repairs and maintenance. Yeah, I would like to, I'd like to defer this, actually.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion
I'll second.
for one meeting.
Yeah, I'll second.
I'm going to ask Mr. Porter, I know you've got some sales contracts and agreement with your current place.
Part of, we can handle 2 weeks.
Okay.
We do. We have a buyer on the hook ready to sign the contract. The minute I walk, they're probably in the parking lot, but we'll wait. We'll wait 2 weeks if we need to wait 2 weeks.
Appreciate you.
Any other questions or comments about the advisement of deferral? Yes, sir.
Could we go on and set up a time if there needs to be a meeting that we can go on and take care of these questions prior to the next meeting? That's all I would ask.
Uh,
I don't email, right?
If all the commissioners want to be a part of it, we have to have, I'm sure, some sort of notice. So we need to go on and set that if we could.
This be a meeting with the board or
If it's
the
a
board
work
of commissioners,
session.
or do you want to do it with the Parks Board?
What can we do with, through the attorney?
No.
Separately. I'm not saying all together. I'm saying separately, just saying questions to you.
I mean, is that something to be able to send to the attorney with all the questions from each commissioner?
You could, but I might run into getting different feedback.
Is it something that we could potentially go with the Parks Board then, and then get that like a executive meeting going with them? Or do we have to post that as well? Or is that
Can be
something you can do?
executive.
It can't be.
Okay,
If you're saying executive session, we can't do that. If you're just saying a meeting.
just a
with the
regular Parks meeting
Board,
then? Okay.
But then you'd have to post that too.
Those are going to, Parks Board meeting is going to be publicly noticed anyway.
That's what I meant by post, sorry.
Of course.
I got a suggestion.
Commissioner Hefner.
It's a perfect job for Director of Finance and City Manager.
There you go.
And we can get all our questions to Mr. Martin.
Thank you.
Good.
We're fine with that. I just knew that it would have to be worked in the next 2 weeks.
Correct.
Happy to work with it.
All right.
Thank you all.
All in favor of deferral for one meeting, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? It will be deferred and heard at the second meeting this month. Next item is 10A, which is an ordinance to rezone approximately 20.1 acres of property known as Springs at Mount Juliet, located at 2937 Curd Road, map 54, parcel 100.03 and 100.01 and 100.05 from RS40 to CTC PUD, and to adopt the preliminary master development plan. Have a motion? Is there a second? You have a second. It's on the table. Anyone like the floor? Commissioner Mullally.
Okay. Why was this given a negative at Planning Commission?
John, we got a representative here too.
Sure. I'll speak for the planning department perspective, and I think the biggest issue that we had with this was some of the blending of the parking for the commercial area. It's like some of those townhomes are right up on that parking lot. And in a normal situation like that, where you have commercial and residential adjacent to each other, there's buffers required. You know, we have landscape buffers. And in this instance, I think a big part of it was just that. I mean, you have commercial use, it's commercial parking, and the sides of townhomes literally adjacent to that parking area. That was a big concern, planning related. And I believe there was a number of other like functional concerns, roadway improvements and things like that. So I'll leave it at that.
So as staff was, did staff give a recommendation to the Planning Commission?
I believe favorable, yeah, positive.
All right. And then as far as Public Works, staff favorable or to the Planning Commission or not?
With conditions, yeah.
All right, let's see. All right, do we have representative here?
Name and address for the record, please.
Home
Yes.
address? Yeah, yep. Preston Steinley, 1020 Crimson Way, Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Thank you.
Okay, what is the timeline of this? Like when, say if it passed, when do you expect to break ground?
Immediately.
Because I know you got to go back to planning for
Yeah, I mean,
certain
we have to get,
things.
yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
6 months,
However long it takes to get, CDs approved and everything, and go through the whole process.
okay. And overall, like to completion of the entire project,
Oh, gosh.
once you start?
I would say, at least 2 years.
2 years, okay. Do you know what impact this would have on the schools? Like, have you estimated how many additional children would be moving into this area and how it would impact the schools?
We have not.
All right, and this is what, 158 townhome units?
That's correct.
Okay, so say maybe 2.5 people. How do you do that? 2.5 people per unit? Or,
Do you want to speak to that?
Sorry, I have laryngitis, so forgive my voice. My name is Brent Thaney. My address is, excuse me, 8215 Glover Drive, Brentwood, Tennessee. Typically, yeah, it'll be a number factor. So it would be, I would say somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.5 to 2.5 kids per unit.
Okay.
Depending on.
so it's not like a whole lot, and it would be split between elementary, middle school, and
Yeah,
high
I mean,
school?
typically, given the nature of the product, it's going to be older or younger people, typically, right? So either typically much younger kids or older people without children often.
Okay, and you agreed to add a parallel parking up on that upper area along Road F. There was one little section there where you agreed to add a couple of parallel parking spots.
On Road F,
F,
in between the two buildings
Yeah.
or whatnot. I think if we could fit it in,
Yeah.
we wouldn't have an opposition to that.
all right, and we had talked about a crosswalk connecting the private road F from the north, the
north,
multipath on the north to the
north
south.
To the south, yes.
Yeah, at the end of that road, wherever Public Works would recommend it to go.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay, and then another crosswalk on the eastern side for a potential playground area
Yes,
connecting north to south.
Yes.
So that they wouldn't have to walk all the way
correct.
to Curd
Yes,
and
so
up.
they
So,
could go straight to the playground area.
okay,
That would be fine.
all right. And depending on where Public Works would
Sure.
recommend, yeah, whatever their recommendation. So could I add these as a motion to have these added? Okay. Well, I would like to make a motion to have, and I don't, let's see. I've got a little map here, so it might help you when you're writing it out. To add 2 parallel parking spots on the western side in between the units on private road F.
Okay.
All right. And then if you come south of that, where private road F connects to the public road, which is Road A, at the end of that street, whether it be on the western side or the eastern side of that road, that would connect the multipath on the north side to the south side. wherever Public Works would recommend it to go, whether they would recommend it to go on the western side or the eastern side of that road connection.
Okay.
All right. And then further to the east on Public Road A, it would be at the north of, this is so small, I can't read the name of this road. What's the name of this road?
Mullally Way.
That's a, that's a
Now
private
you're
road.
testing my eyesight, Road C.
That's C, okay. So there's a multipath on the north side and south side of the Public Road A. So over there closer to that private road, what'd you say?
C.
C. There would have a crosswalk there connecting north to south, wherever Public Works would recommend it to go for a potential future playground. So they wouldn't have to walk all the way to Curd.
Okay.
So those are the three things on the motion.
All right, I've got 2 parallel parking spots on private road F. And then on road A to connect a multipath to the north or south, to north and south, Public Works to determine location.
Of a crosswalk.
Crosswalk. Okay. Then we've got on Public Road C, I believe was what we determined.
Well, private road. That's a private road, right? C is a private road.
Yes,
Okay.
except for the main road is all private.
So private road C, the north multipath, and the north you want to connect, we want a crosswalk to go to the north to south of that, and then the Public Works
Yes,
determine.
connecting the multipath on the north side and south side, right at private road C, where it crosses over Public Road A. That sounds funny. Okay.
That was to connect a future playground,
Yeah, a potential future playground.
potential future playground.
Yeah, and Public Works would determine exactly where it would go.
Okay. Is there a second on Commissioner Mullaley's motion? Second. Vice Mayor?
So just quick question. So how many parking spaces does that come up to totally? Is that for commissioner or for staff or for the representation? Another name and address?
Another role.
Michael Dewey with Dewey Engineering, 2925 Berry Hill Drive in Nashville, Tennessee, 37204. Currently, we have 634 parking stalls provided.
No, I'm not asking for the commercial side. I'm asking for the residential side.
Broken out into
Only residential.
I'm not sure I've got it broken out individually.
We'll probably have to have that number because the ordinance just asks overall.
Yeah.
But we can figure that out and get that back to you.
Well, what I'm looking for, because I actually went back and talked to staff, and like my concern is making sure that we have between 44 and 45 parking spaces somewhere within your area, not including the commercial side, within the residential. So that way, again, when these families have,
Sure.
family parties, gatherings, however, extra parking spaces, not in their driveway, but out on the road somewhere. I want 44, 45 parking spaces minimum for this area based off of what our staff's recommendations are.
Okay.
Can we meet that?
I don't know the answer to that. We'll see where we're at total.
I know
When
that's
we
kind
had-
of
When
throwing
we
you guys
had
a curveball.
pull-in parking, I know, and we went to parallel per what staff had asked for.
Yeah.
It dropped, I think it was 44 spaces out of the kind of residential side,
Okay.
just because of the efficiency of
So originally 44 and now you're
at
down.
least, because we had an overall number And then when we went to parallel, it kicked out 44. And so there's still some parallel in there, which he's adding up. So it was probably more in the 60 something range originally.
So we went from 60 something down
Something
to,
like that.
8 or 10.
To,
so we lost 8 or 10 spaces.
No, it's like 8 or 10 parallel now.
So we went from 60 down to 8 or 10.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
for,
Yes, sir.
there's 12 on the south side, 12 total because of, like I said.
Yeah, 12 parallel through the whole entire for 158
for the
homes.
South side, and that was what we worked with staff on. They really wanted the parallel, and it really decreases the amount of guest parking that we can have. So if we can go back to the perpendicular stalls, that would increase the number of guest stalls.
Sure.
This is the private street you're talking about too.
Yes,
Yeah.
All right. Todd, what did you have to add?
Yeah, so staff made the recommendation that they remove the parallel stalls as they were on street. We encouraged them to provide either on-street parallel spaces or perpendicular stalls in a separate lot. On public roads, we don't allow pull-in perpendicular parking, and we do have it several places within the code that private streets are supposed to be built to public standard. We do give leeway on that, but with the density that they have proposed and where the locations of those perpendicular stalls were, it was my opinion that it would decrease the safety both for motorists and for pedestrians if we had perpendicular stalls on street.
Is it possible to
And
do
with their
both?
driveways.
So, I mean, is it possible to do both where, I mean, because again, like what I look at is that, and I understand trying to make sure that we have consistency, but we've also, actually in my district, we've got townhomes that have the same type of parking. So, my concern is that the driveways are right now, they're pulling out the same way. So these townhomes, they're pulling out the exact same way. So that's a concern of mine, because if we're worried about, the parking for those folks, what about the families that are pulling out of the parking right now?
Yeah, so the concern was really more about spacing.
Okay.
With driveways, you have more separation, which increases your line of sight.
I understand.
When you added, 3 or 4 stalls of perpendicular parking adjacent to these driveways, that line of sight disappears. So that's really where that comment came from
Yeah.
staff.
I'm just thinking about the cars that are already, let's say, because again, it's going to be double garage. The vehicles are still going to be, like if they're running parallel, that means they're going to be cutting back into the actual sidewalk. So some of these vehicles eventually are going to be blocking sidewalks, which are going to be able to create a blind spot already. So, but if we could be able to increase more parking spaces, that means less people's going to, be parking on the road, creating more of a disturbance, right? It's going to make the roads narrower, slowing down our first responders that are going to be able to get in there. I mean, we've got a great example right on the other side of the street here where everybody's parking out in a private drive and the fire trucks have a heck of a time getting in there. So I understand what staff is looking for, but we're also looking for public and as well as making sure that grandma and grandpa that comes in to visit, they can get in and get out safely. So
Vice Mayor, I think we need to set that discussion aside because we have a motion on the table
I
right
know.
now for
Sorry.
3 other items.
I was just looking at the amount of parking.
Come back to
spaces.
you.
Apologize.
Is there any other questions or comments on Commissioner Mullally motion? All right, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. And Vice Mayor, get you back on the ordinances once amended.
Okay. So now to go back, while he's counting that right there. I did have a question. So talking with staff, because again, after we had a chance to get it, to look at the projects, the negative recommendation, talking to staff when it comes down to lot 116 and 117, to have that, that gap between commercial and residential, obviously to be an in unit there with having lights being pulled in as, the commercial still, right? Like the commercial still having customers coming in and coming out. I'm thinking at nighttime, those units are so close to the end there, that could be a concern there. So I know that was a recommendation to remove those two. Did you guys get a chance to look at those 2 units?
we did, and one of the things we'd ask is, we would consider that, but one would be, would there be an opportunity to move that entrance west a little to help with that buffer and to help prevent that, since we're technically over parked anyway? You know, one thought was if we could slide that entrance west some, it may help alleviate some of that for those 2 units.
What's the corrective action? Adding what, 12-foot, trees up there to be able to put a buffer?
Well, the thought is this eastern parking spots would then go away and the entrance would slide west a little, which would give distance between the building and the parking lot and sidewalk. And it would add to the buffer.
And
if
that's just for unit
possibility.
116 though, right? That's only going to fix them, but not for
Probably
117.
Probably would not be able to 117. I'll let engineering address that, but probably would impact 116 the most, and 117 may not be beneficial to that unit.
Because I don't, staff, if you don't mind, can somebody confirm whether or not if that even meets the minimal requirements? The buffer, excuse me.
In this instance, since it's all zoning, I think we should probably have like 20 feet. 20-foot buffer would be something typical.
And what is that space right there that we're looking at?
Currently, we've got very little, like 5 feet behind.
And these are high-end townhomes, right? That's what you guys told me. These are high-end townhomes. I think they're high-priced for low amenities. And the only thing I like about this project is the commercial, to be honest with you. Because I keep hearing high-end townhomes, but I'm seeing bare minimum, buffers and bare minimum of everything. So that's why I'm getting a little frustrated up here, is that, you guys are wanting a variance, but at the same time, we're still asking for bare minimums. High end to me is saying that we're exceeding the bare minimums. We're overstepping and we're giving a good product. Right now, I feel like we're not giving that right now. These end users are not going to get what we're asking, which is quiet homes and nice spaces so they have a buffer. So if their kid does walk along the side of their home to go to the backyard, they may have to walk out into the commercial side of the street because of a 5-foot buffer.
Yeah, I would, everywhere else on the property is meeting all the buffer requirements that staff had asked for.
Yeah.
And some is exceeding it. If we wanted to go to a 20-foot buffer with the fence,
Yeah.
right now it's 30 feet.
Again, we're trying to make sure these are high ends. That's what you guys told me. These are bare minimum requirements is what we're meeting.
Sure, I just want to, all the other buffers meet the requirement.
Except for the
Some-
ones leading between the commercial and the residential, the only ones that we don't meet.
Correct.
So lot 117 and 116. So, okay, let's move on to the other ones if you don't mind, just because it sounds like we're not going to meet a middle ground. Sorry to cut you off. I apologize, but I'm trying to be respectful of everybody else's time. So lot 112, there was some discussion about some possible parking spaces down there. Can we meet those?
Well,
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, just 12, not 112. My apologies. Just 12.
Adding parking down there.
Yeah, is that an option? Because I was talking to staff about that, and that was a possibility to help add some additional parking spaces. Because really what I'm looking for is the 44 to 45 parking spaces. Is that something?
Yeah, we can certainly look at extending that road just slightly and adding some perpendicular stalls because it would be in a dead end. It wouldn't be in a safety situation at that point. It would just be in that turnaround area. So we could add some perpendicular stalls there that would help alleviate some of the parking concerns.
All right. So before I make a motion to remove 117 and 116 unit, is that something you guys would support still for this project?
Let me ask you this. If we were able to move the entrance over in the commercial to give you the proper buffer to have the high end like we're talking about, how about we keep 116 but delete 117? Because I don't think, hearing what you're saying, I don't think we can do anything with 117, but I think we can accommodate the proper buffer for 116.
No, it's okay. Thank you, though. I appreciate you. That's all I have, Mayor. Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Hefner, recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Was a traffic study done on this project?
Yes, sir.
And what did the traffic study say about Lebanon Road?
We'll bring him up here.
We'll let Tyler, who did the traffic study, address that.
Yeah, Tyler Fosness, KCI Technologies, 500 11th Avenue North in Nashville. What specifically, Lebanon Road?
What did the traffic study indicate the impact to Lebanon Road was going to be based on this project?
Well, it said said a number of things. It said that the impact of this traffic from this development is fairly minimal to the actual Lebanon Road operations as compared to like the no build situation that we do, the projected in the future on the horizon without our projected development traffic. I can get into some more specifics of like levels of service and that, but I don't know if you want to get that
No,
deep
no.
into
I'm
details.
just curious what the impact study said about Lebanon Road specifically. We have some residents here that expressed some concerns about Lebanon Road. I expressed the same concerns. And I also see you have some offsite road improvements on Lebanon Road to offset some of the congestion on that road.
We, in our traffic impact study, we identified some potential roadway improvements on Lebanon Road that were, was a left turn lane going westbound on Lebanon Road down to onto Curd Road. The thing, we didn't actually recommend that improvement to be in conjunction with this development, and that was based on the traffic impact of the development on that movement. Our analysis showed about a 5% of the development's traffic is going to be making that westbound left turn movement onto Curd Road. That translates to about just AM and PM peak hour. It translates to about 7 vehicles in the peak hour traffic for both AM and PM. So that's why we didn't put it in the specific mitigation measures for this development.
Okay. And I see there is also a left turn lane westbound Curd Road and also one on Golden Bear.
On Golden Bear.
A westbound left turn lane on Lebanon Road at Golden Bear.
There's already a westbound on Lebanon Road at Golden Bear.
Okay.
Isn't there already a westbound left turn lane there?
The recommendation is to extend that, increase the queuing capacity.
Okay, stacking?
Yeah.
Okay, so an extension of that.
Yes.
Okay, so there is a left turn lane there, you're asking for an extension?
Correct.
To help alleviate some traffic?
Yes.
Perfect.
Help you get around that through queue a little better.
Even though the traffic study didn't warrant it, we're still gonna, which is
So-
fine. I think it's great. I think it's a good idea.
To be clear, I do want to push back a little bit that the traffic study didn't warrant it. The traffic study did show that it was warranted. The claim is that this development shouldn't be responsible for it. However, we do use the left turn lane warrants included in the HSAM. So even if it is only 7 trips with the amount of through traffic on Lebanon Road, yes, they do warrant that left turn lane.
Okay. It's considered an offsite road improvement?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that it wasn't warranted. The left turn lane is warranted.
Okay.
They're based on the volumes. I wasn't trying to say that. Sorry for any confusion.
Oh, well, thanks for,
That
yeah,
was-
thanks. So thanks for clarifying
yeah,
that.
Sorry
So-
about that.
And are you amenable to a $7,500 voluntary contribution per unit?
Towards Lebanon Road or?
Well, what we would do, what I would ask as part of this amendment would be, if you're amenable to it, is to take those offside road improvements or any improvements and offset that or allow credit towards that 7,500, which is typically what we've done.
I think their stance would be, if the language is that generic, no. If it's stuff that is warranted or recommended in the traffic study, like Golden Bear, Curd Road, the other off-site stuff like the pump station, they would be. But if it's geared towards stuff that's not recommended for the traffic study, the answer to that would be no. Just
No.
being upfront and honest.
Sure. No, I appreciate your honesty on that.
Sure.
So the answer, okay, and this is the first reading, so I'm
Sure.
sure some of that can be worked out between now. If it goes through tonight, it can be worked out between now and second reading. So,
So,
okay,
but that's the principal's general stance.
okay. That's all I had.
I have a question for Public Works under the ordinance number 20. It says an assessment of allowance on-site grounder systems will take place at final master development plan. Is that in any way indicating that any of this is going to be grinder pumps put in? Yes, Mr. Forcom, I think you'd be the or is this just a one-off in case it's down?
It's because of the terrain. It's a bowl over there
Okay.
and it won't flow completely gravity.
So what percentage of this could possibly be grinder?
You guys. Yeah, I was thinking it's 19.
About 19 units?
Something like
Okay.
19.
Yeah, it's just not a comment I usually see on there.
It's because of the terrain. Nobody can make that flow gravity completely.
Yeah.
Because of the depths. We're avoiding anything over 20 feet in depth on the gravity.
And for planning, number 6 does have the remove lots 16 and 116 and 117 to allow space on that. So just wanted to point out that's already a condition in here as it's written to remove 116 and 117. And then back under engineering, I say the following variances are requested, which under number 1, which is A, to allow private streets, and B, which is to exclude the grass strip between the sidewalks and curbs. B is not supported. I'm going to make a motion to adopt 1A to support the private streets for just the ones defined in here.
Sorry, I do want to throw it out there. Since the staff report has come out, the cross-section has been modified to include the grass strip. So they're no longer asking for that variance. It is.
No.
And
I wouldn't make it a motion for that one anyway.
Well, fair, but the cross-section they're proposing does not meet the full width of an access lane because they took width out of the grass strip. They're using the 2-foot minimum, which was allowed at the time they submitted it. No longer is. It now defaults to the 6-foot, which does lead to some potential challenges with your driveways being flush with the sidewalk, and then having to ramp. Like your sidewalk would be flush with the driveways in the street, crossing each building before ramping back up in between the buildings. So there are some potential ADA challenges with that, but with the number of units they're proposing, getting a full 50-foot cross-section would be challenging. So in order to make the plan as shown work, we'd need to remove the condition requiring a cross-section exceeding an access lane.
What number is that?
That is engineering 1A. Staff supports conditionally on the proposed cross-section being an access lane or greater. I believe they're proposing a 51-foot cross-section as opposed to, or sorry, a 41-foot cross-section as opposed to a 50-foot.
You said 41 versus 50?
Correct.
So so what exactly are you recommending we do with this? Because it reads right now, supported condition on the proposed cross-section meeting the city standards for access lanes or greater. We need to strike the or greater part.
No, we need to strike everything after supported. Their design standards for grade will be to an access street, but with the plan as shown, they don't have room for a full access lane.
Okay. Well, the way it reads on the staff report was internal streets for residential developments shall be private streets.
Correct.
That saying the same thing?
Correct.
Okay. Was there a motion for that? I mean, I made a motion. Was there a second? Okay, got a second. Vice Mayor, you had a question.
Yeah, so if we're going to be going, so you're saying from 50 feet down to 41?
Correct.
And is there any concern for the first responders, or am I misunderstanding? Because
There-
again, I
there-
don't have the map in front of me, so I apologize. I'm going to have to go off the recollection here.
Their pavement width stays exactly the same.
Mhm.
So as long as parallel parking or on-street parking is contained only to the designated spaces, no, this has no impact on first responders. This is purely width taken out of the grass strip so they can meet the minimum allowable.
So now we're going back to the bare minimum for this project again, which is what we just talked about, right?
I think he's saying the first responders won't have to walk as far to get to the houses.
Yeah. These are high-end townhomes that we're going back to minimal standards again for another phase of this like another phase of this project. So, so are folks going to be allowed to park on this road? And if so, how's that going to be? Because these are private. How are we going to be able to manage that? That ain't going to be up to us. And I know that's not our problem. I know, but at the same time, we know that people's going to park on the road, both sides. So how's that going to work for our first responders to get in safely and respond? Is there a concern there at all from staff?
Yeah, there's always concern when we have private streets. That's one of the trade-offs for not having the maintenance cost of them. It would need to be included in their HOA guidelines that no parking outside of designated spaces, and we should probably add a condition to sign every street, no parking.
Is that something the developer can make sure? And can they add that in the HOA guidelines or?
Yes, we can.
So do we need to make that a motion? I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay.
Right.
So do you want to go ahead and put that in wording for me? So that way it's proper coming from you, since you're the one that's supporting
Yes.
this?
The motion would read, all streets should be signed for no parking outside of the designated spaces.
Okay, that's my motion, Mayor.
Second.
So do we already have that in place?
We already have a motion on the table.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, so can I amend your motion?
Let's just vote on this one,
All
and then
right,
we can
let's
just
vote.
add to
Okay.
it.
All right, sorry.
It's standalone.
All right, sorry to keep getting us all clustered.
Okay, right now, we just got a motion to allow private streets in the residential areas. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
All right.
Any opposed? And that does carry. You were,
Yeah, all I wanted to comment was when Commissioner Mullally had asked initially about why it was a negative recommendation. Planner Bachman explained that, but the functionality of it, I think, if I just wrote down a couple of things that I remember from that, and that was density and traffic. And I think one of the areas was Lebanon Road. And I know you covered that a little bit, but that was, and unless I'm wrong, besides the stuff you said, that was the two things that was the major part of that negative recommendation that I remember. So just wanted to comment on that, Mayor.
thank you, sir. Vice Mayor, you had a motion?
Yes, sir. So we're going to go back to that again. So what was it again? Just since we're throwing it all off here.
All streets shall be signed, no parking outside of the designated spaces.
I'll second. It's a motion to add signage that all streets shall be no parking outside of designated spaces. Questions or comments? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And that's 3 times amended. Okay, back on the motion is 3 times amended. Anyone else? Mr. Mullally?
All right, I'm confused, Mayor, when you talked about 1A engineering and then specifically about B. So what did we decide on B, the grass strip? It's not
B is no
supported.
longer being requested.
Okay, so was there also a motion to remove B?
I think that's a good motion. I'll
Well, that's a
second it.
motion. I make a motion to remove 1B.
Any questions or comments? All right. All in favor of removing 1B, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? All right, back to the ordinance as 4 times amended. Commissioner Mullally?
All right, what is the price range of these units?
Yeah. So we anticipate starting in 390 to 400, all the way up to 600,000 plus.
All right. And to clarify, Commissioner Hefner, when you brought up the 7,500, and then you had conditions on that, you would agree to it, but then you wouldn't agree to it. So if you agreed to it, because typically the 7,500 is for off-site road improvements. So if,
Well, do you want me to answer? I don't mean to cut you off, but.
oh yeah, well, I was going to say,
clarify that?
typically they go to off-site road improvements. So if some of that went toward the turn lanes on Lebanon Road.
Their position is, and that's the distinction, is what the traffic study warranted or not warranted, did not recommend was the improvements on Lebanon Road. The improvements it recommended off Golden Bear, Curd, and then the other off-site, the pump station, the force main, those kind of things. Then if that $7,500 fee went to those off-site improvements that are caused by the community, if you will, then they would be okay with it, but not if it goes towards not recommended items that are driven by the community, the impact of the community.
All right, so you're having to put in a pump station.
Correct, pump station and a force main.
And a force main, which amounts to how much?
Depends on what the force main is, but I would say anywhere probably estimate would be 800 to 1.2 million. It's roughly 1,000, 1,200 feet of force main and then the pump station.
So you're asking if the 7,500 could go toward that?
Well, just saying, trying to define what off-site is, right? You guys have used the term off-site. That is, in developmental terms, off-site. So if that's what you guys are referencing.
All right, well, let me ask the engineer. Typically, off-site road improvements would be something like the turn lanes on Lebanon Road.
Correct.
Okay, so would the pump station and the force main, like in this area, is that something that would be considered off-site or from your perspective or part of what's required for the developer? Development.
So that is really more of a question for Shane, but I do believe normally sewer-related items like that haven't typically been credited against the off-site improvement. But anything can be credited against that. That's the board's decision.
Can I ask it a different way?
Commissioner Hefner?
Can I ask it a different way? Are there any, maybe this is a question, are there properties around that area that future development could benefit from by tying into that force main? So this project is the only project that's going to benefit from that force main.
Well, there's a property next door and a property across the street, to our understanding, you cannot service today.
So,
by putting that force main in would, if the wells are sized correctly, would allow them typically to upsize those pumps to utilize that force main then.
Is that correct?
Yes and no. We have lines.
Mr. Forkham, we got a chair for you right up here.
They did do a study on the force main, the gravity lines, and we are about out of capacity, as you know, on that side. I would want to see some hard data on what else would go in, because I don't think we have that much room to spare on data for the capacity of the lines. So
So are we improving something that we're already at capacity? Or are they improving something that's
we
already
could
at
be
capacity?
giving a small amount of opportunity to someone, but it would really depend on what their capacity requirements are.
Got it.
Mr. Forkham, if the capacity wasn't an issue, would this be the path this sewer would be taking? Going to the nearest pump station?
We could break it up a little differently and go to the north.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of this expense is working around a bottleneck.
Correct.
Okay. And I guess my problem with that is this is ongoing expense that the utility has to absorb for the workaround. Is that, unless we're going to reverse the floor?
Maintenance and operation of the pump station and
Yes.
the grinders.
And the grinders. Well, the grinders, apparently, if this is developed, that's just going to be a reality of this, the way this lays out.
Correct.
But I guess my point is, if we weren't trying to work around a bottleneck, there'd be a more direct path, which would reduce the cost to the developers as well as the taxpayers utility payers for ongoing maintenance. Is that okay? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I was just going over this up here. So I'd like to make a motion to strike the word for the engineering report 2, where it says recommended. I'd like to just go ahead and strike that in altogether.
Okay, is there a second?
So on the engineering report, item number 2, where it says improvements are recommended. I want to make sure that those offsite improvements are in place.
Ms. Burnett?
Commissioner, it also says that in number 3. I don't know if you want to
Oh, it
do
also
the
says,
same.
okay, thank you. Let me read that for once. Yes, yeah, that's staff. So yes, so I'd like to strike also, so number 2 for recommended and number 3 in the engineering report. Do I still get your support? Required, correct.
Are you okay with that? You seconded? Yeah. Okay. All right, we have a motion on the table to strike recommended on 2 and 3. Any questions or comments? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, we're back on the ordinance as 5 times amended. Commissioner Giles.
So I've got a question about the capacity. Obviously, I've been very concerned because of what's the north side. And one of the questions that I had asked about this was, would there be any way, so this is the first that I've heard of this, that someone else would be able to use what they put in, because I thought that this pump station and this coming was only for that development. So when one of y'all said going to on both sides, when one of y'all said on both sides and across the road, where are you talking about? Are you talking about going east and west, north or south? Okay, because I specifically asked about that, and I didn't think it was, because I thought that's why we're putting a pump station in on the north side down there somewhere. So I didn't think that would be, they would be able to hook into that at all.
Commissioner, I think that would be very minimal that we could support
Okay.
without knowing the design or what's intended.
Okay, so to support what the mayor asked a while ago too, if it was gravitational flow and it went towards Lebanon Road, then there wouldn't be any grinders, would there?
The gravity sewer would still be, the reason there's grinders is to reduce the depth of the sewer. And what we worked with the utility district to reduce the depth of the sewer. So that we're good. I think we're fine either way, but the long-term maintenance of a less deep sewer was a better benefit to have the grinders.
So the pump station is going to be, though, it would be south of there, correct? All the way down where?
Down by the commercial and the residential.
So it's on your, okay, I understand. All right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Just one more.
Vice Mayor?
Appreciate you, gentlemen, by the way, tonight, answering all these questions for us. I just want to go back to Commissioner Mullally. So I guess the clarification and between staff and obviously, the project, I just want to get some clarification here. So if this project wasn't needed, the pump stations would not be needed at this current time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and at the end of this project, we're going to be on the hook, the city will be, and the taxpayers to be responsible for all the maintenance, all the upkeep, and any, thank you. I just want to make sure I broke that down for the utilities, that everything's going to be on the hook for the taxpayers. And for these small amount of units are not going to be, it's going to be an expense because the revenue coming from those small units, from those 19 units, will not be able to cost, like what the taxpayers are going to be stuck on the hook with, correct, long term? Or did I
Well,
misspeak on that one?
All the units will have sewer billing
Okay.
that will support.
Those pump stations? Okay.
We don't charge any different. Well, we charge a different price for a grinder because it's a pressure tap. But every unit would have a bill based off their water usage.
So if the city was going to install this ourselves, will we go with the grinder system or will we go with a different?
We would try to avoid the grinders, but it's like they brought up, the depth of 20 feet, that's our preferred max on safety and operations of sewer lines.
Okay.
You get into 20 foot deep and then you have to make a repair.
Yeah.
You've got to open ditch as wide as this room.
Yeah, I understand.
So we may not have enough room to work.
Okay. Just want to make sure that that's the best application that you would be willing to service. That's my concern, is
Yes,
make sure
was
that
the
we're getting the best.
conversation we had with him early on that 20 feet would be our preferred max.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
By my math, it would be, the original proposal was 158 townhomes. I think 116, 117 went away potentially. So that'd be 156 in terms of payers plus the commercial.
Okay.
Can I make a comment about the grinders? There's also been an agreement that they would provide a secondary backup grinding unit to the city as a backup that the city could store in case they had to replace it at their cost.
Thank you. Appreciate that. That's good to know.
That is correct.
We're talking about, for all 19 of those would have individual grinder pumps.
Yes.
So is that 19 backups or one backup?
19.
19. Okay.
19 complete systems.
And in that
Commissioner Giles?
Right now, I'm sorry, isn't that what all of them are doing now that we're doing?
That's correct. That's what our
Yeah.
requirements.
Yeah.
So it's nothing over and beyond. Oh, okay. Well, then why'd you make it sound like it was so good?
It was news to me.
Thanks, Commissioner.
All right. Any other questions, comments?
No, there's no
I don't-
motion. It was just a discussion. I was just asking the question to get clarification from staff as well as the developer. That's all.
City recorder, did I miss a motion? Okay.
Okay.
Just questions.
All right.
Commissioner Mullally, did you want the
So-
floor?
So to clarify, the 7,500 you would agree to if credited for the pump station and the
The offsite improvements, yes.
force main?
Well, that would be, yeah, that'd be the force main and the turn lane off Curd Road and the turn lane off Golden Bear. Yes. And, help, and also pay for the grinder pumps.
Which,
Well, I guess not the pumps. Yeah, I guess just the force main, yes.
okay, so, and again, the estimated cost of the pump station and the force main is 800 to 1.2,
Million.
and the 7,500 only totals what, 1.18.
Well, actually, it'll be a little bit less because if we lose 2 units.
Yeah, less than that.
So basically.
So it may
175.
or may not be enough to cover the cost of that, depending.
Yeah, Commissioner, I kind of see where you're going. I mean, obviously, the pump station should not be part of any type of volunteer contribution. That's part of their project, and we're on the hook for the long-term expense. I see the road improvements. Absolutely. That's been, standard amongst every project that this city's pushed out or that's approved, excuse me. But when it comes down to the pump stations, that's part of your guys' project, because if the project's needed, warranted for your project to be completed, that's on you guys, just like the private roads. But I mean, is it in the notes that I missed that it's something in there that we're adding that in there for the volunteer contribution or what?
No, there's nothing about
Okay,
volunteer
just want to make
contribution.
sure. Yeah, but I think that needs to be clear that that's something that, that there's no motion. Okay.
No.
Okay.
We're ready to vote? All in favor of the ordinance as amended 5 times, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Then it passes on first reading. And we will skip a meeting before hearing second reading, which I believe that skip meeting will land us on Columbus Day, which will then push us to the end of next month. And 27. I'm going to ask for a 5-minute recess if there's no objections. All right, hearing none, we will recess. All right. Good evening. We'll call the meeting back to order. Is there any objection to reading both 10B and C together? Hearing no objection, I'll read both of those. 10B, which is an ordinance to amend the land use plan for the property known as the Sutton, located on Golden Bear Gateway, map 72, parcel 47, 47.01, 48, and 49, map 77, parcel 10.02, 11.01, 12.02, from mixed use to mixed use and high density residential. 10C, which is an ordinance to rezone approximately 73.96 acres of property known as the Sutton, located on Golden Bear Gateway, map 72, parcel 47, 47.01, 48, 49. That's on map 77, parcel 10.02, 11.01, and 12.02 from OPS PUD, OPS, and RS40 to CMU PUD and RS10 PUD, and to adopt the preliminary master development plan for a mixed-use development. By motion and a second, the two items are on the table. Let's see here. I'll start out under engineering. Under 15, there are some variances requested here. I'm going to make a motion to adopt the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh, the first 7 bullet points under 15, which is to reduce the disturbance slope more than 20%, request to allow front-loaded garages on access streets, a request to allow more than 14 lots on a cul-de-sac, request to allow up to 25% shared parking, request to allow permanent dead end to terminate within 150 feet of property boundary, request to allow residential frontage on collectors, and a request to waiver sidewalk requirements in areas with environmental impacts. Have a second? Questions or comments? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're back on the ordinance as once amended. Let's see, I think that one's already captured. Anyone else like the floor? Commissioner Giles?
So on here, this is including the 5.16 acres that supposedly we may sell to this developer. Is that correct?
That is correct, under my understanding.
I think that we need some verbiage in there, and I've talked to the attorney, and this needs to be, we need something in there that says that that is conditioned upon us voting to sell that piece of property, whatever it would be. So she's got the terminology. I
You're
hope.
not going to let them rezone our property?
No, if I said rezone, I'm talking about, I said sale.
Contingent
is what
upon
I'm
the
talking
sale.
about. I meant sale if I said rezone, but I'm talking about sale.
Ms. Burnett?
My recommendation would be that it just simply not come back for second reading until there is a pending sale agreement on the property.
Okay, shouldn't that be in there though, when we,
You could just include it as part of, if there's a motion to approve it on first reading here, just include that it doesn't come back until, it doesn't actually have to be in the ordinance.
Passage contingent upon the pending sales agreement?
That second reading is contingent on a signed sales agreement.
Signed sales agreement.
Generally, the sales agreement would come first and then this would come before the board, but the order's a little bit mixed up.
Okay.
that was amendment.
Okay, that's an amendment. Was there a second? Okay, we have a second on the amendment. We have representation. Any concern on the amendment?
Yeah, we would prefer that for the sake of other parcels that are involved,
within the larger assemblage and the PUD, that we pass the plan, but the sale of the property obviously would be contingent upon the rezoning of the city parcel would be contingent upon the sell agreement of sale to us. If
It's-
that's the concern.
Yeah, well, there's two issues there.
Okay.
Okay, the first issue is you're talking about rezoning a piece of city property. That's a whole different issue than us agreeing to sell you that piece of property. So
Right,
I'm
yeah.
dealing with the selling of the property.
Yeah, and I believe my understanding was that the plan, the entire plan would not get approved or could not come back for a second reading until we have an agreement with the city for the sale of the parcel, right? That's
That's the amendment proposed. Second reading is contingent upon a signed sales agreement.
okay. So I guess my concern would be the remainder of the parcels. We have several property owners that are in this assemblage. So our plan would still continue even if the city chose not to sell to us.
Right.
So for that reason, if we could keep moving forward and then just exclude the city parcel if you choose not to sell to us at a later time.
I think what needs to be done is some kind of motion for that not to be, for them to not rezone it, as the mayor was bringing up, I assume, because that's the two issues, because we're already saying that it would move forward. I mean, if it moves forward, it wouldn't be contingent, it would be contingent for y'all to keep that 5.16 acres in there, that the city would vote to do that. We would vote to do that, because we've not voted yet. See, but yet it's listed in your preliminary, if I'm not mistaken. So if we can't vote on something to say that you're going to, because it's not happened yet with us. As the attorney said, it should have come for a vote for us first. So it's like the horse before the cart, or the cart before the horse, whatever that saying is.
And I apologize, I'm not aware of what the process needed to be for the sale of the property, but we've made efforts for quite some time, and I wasn't aware that there needed to be a proper process that took place prior to us coming to this.
It's kind of like a catch-22. You don't want to buy the property if this is not going to move forward, and we don't want to move forward if you don't have the property.
Would there be an opportunity to add some language that said it would revert back to what it is now if the sale didn't happen within a certain number of months or time?
That's generally not how we do it. I mean, once the rezone happens, it happens. We'd have to then.
Well, I thought we could exclude just that piece of property along with that amendment if we had to. I mean, we could add to that amendment, could we not? In saying that it would resort back to, it wouldn't be rezoned. If we didn't sell it, how could it be rezoned? That wouldn't be their place to do that.
You would be approving the rezone right now, though.
Well, he read them both together.
If this passed on both first and second reading, then the rezone would be done because the board would have approved it.
Okay, so we could address this on the second reading.
We could read them separately on second reading.
And then that would, we should know by then if we're going to sell it or not.
So by second reading, you'd be able to separate the parcels and just exclude the city parcel from the rezone. Okay.
Isn't that right? Isn't that right?
I mean, we could exclude it from the rezone, and then they would have to, in order to then include it because the rezone is including it in the PUD. So if they excluded it, then later they'd have to add that parcel back into the PUD and reopen the PUD.
This is kind of it's going to change the PUD too greatly. Let's hear from Commissioner Hefner.
Do we have an offer that's already been submitted for the property?
City Manager?
Yes, sir, and I think it's in the package. It's went before the Planning Commission and also the Real Estate Committee.
And based on the offer, what was the recommendation?
We didn't have the offer that the planning commission did.
The planning commission would not see the offer, but the planning commission
Yeah, that's right.
declined to address the sale of the property at that time. So it would have to still go back to the planning commission.
So if we have an offer if we have an offer, why can't we vote on the sale of the property as part of this PUD if we already have an offer in hand? Or not? Are we saying, are we saying their offer is too low, or what's the issue? Why do we think this is not?
Well, I think that, oh, I'm sorry, you want to?
Well, I mean, well, I'm just, so we have an offer on the table, correct?
Yes, sir. What we
And what
could,
did the real estate board say about the offer? Was it too high, too low? I can't imagine it being too high.
yeah,
We didn't have that. That's the thing about Scott. I've not even seen the contract unless it's saying I missed it. So we've not even looked at the contract.
Oh, you haven't? I thought that was on the agenda to discuss.
It's
No.
the real estate, what we
Oh.
came up with. So we really need to wait on that because
Yeah, I mean, why don't we have this reviewed by the real estate and they make a recommendation and it's part of the overall approval of the PUD, and that can be done on the second reading, could it not?
Now, I thought this did go before the real estate committee.
it did, and it's in the
a
agenda on
discussion
down
item
here
on
to
there.
discuss it.
So was it not discussed, the price or the offer?
No, we didn't have the offer.
The real estate commission does not review the offers. They just review
That's our
the
place.
actual just sale of the property, nothing to do with any offers.
So it's just, okay.
Whether or not the city should even consider getting rid of it and what they think the value of it should be.
So did we come to a conclusion on the value?
That's
property.
coming in on 10C. I mean, 10.
yeah.
I feel like,
Mayor, just an idea, and that's why I think it's good that it's here, and it's, what I meant, it went to the real estate committee, it also went to the planning commission, which is
11C.
part of our process,
11B.
but they don't necessarily have the contract. What I was hoping is when you all vote, whether now or later, is that I get a directive from the elected body to go back, if it's a desire of the BLC, to either negotiate the price or say, not interested in selling. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
yeah.
To
And
say,
this-
here's what the real estate committee said they feel like it's worth, here's what your appraisal said, and then bring that back upon
So,
second
but
reading.
we can do that. We can cover that on the second reading.
Yes,
Do we
sir.
not?
Just to be clear, it has not gone to the planning commission, the sale of the property, so it still has to go to the planning commission.
Is that going to be on this month's agenda by chance? It is not. It's not
Friday.
So at this moment, it is not on the planning commission agenda. Okay. So theoretically, if this passed tonight, anyway, this would be back for second reading at the end of October, which theoretically could put it on two planning commissions, I guess, between now and then. And we could, it would be an ordinance for the sale, so that would require two separate readings. But we could have a resolution along with second reading to state the intent to accept. Is that a path?
Yeah.
Well, I want to bring out something on 11B tonight. That I think that at that point, you can say whether you want to sell it or not.
Okay.
So, I mean, if it's going to come anyway, it's going to come, it has to come to the planning commission. I mean, we could put it on the next one most probably. And, but that's just the contract. There's no, maybe the second would be negotiation for it if we chose to sell it. I'm just talking, I don't.
The replacement right now, I think part of the plan here, and everybody that's probably listening to us right now is really confused, but we have some existing city amenities on the city property here. And part of this PUD is to incorporate those amenities into your development. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep. We will be replacing the trailhead, the restroom facility within our development in our amenity area.
And your development would then maintain those?
Correct. The
Okay.
HOA would maintain them.
still be public restrooms.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
Designated public restrooms.
Okay.
All right. Vice Mayor.
So just got a quick question. I think this may go back to our fire department. I'm glad he stuck around tonight over there taking notes. Is this compared to what we? Okay. All right. Never mind. I'll wait to the next motion. Sorry. To the next line item. Sorry. Are you going to stick around to the end, sir? Please. Thank you. All right. We'll hold off. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on here that in order to come back for second reading, a signed sales agreement needs to be in hand by the applicant. What do you want to do with that? Questions, comments, discussions? Correct. And our attorney pointed out sales agreements are passed by resolution, so
It could be on with second reading.
that would be the sales agreement coming back, but it wouldn't be signed.
Right, you would approve it that night.
Yeah.
Which, if the board is okay with that, I mean.
Are you amenable to? All right. How about this? Second reading shall include a sales agreement.
Either denying it or accept it.
Well, I think where we're going with that was the planning commission would get it, then there'd be a sales agreement along with the second reading of the PUD. And we could do the sales agreement, I guess, either with the PUD or before or after, or however.
But the sales agreement could be either accept or deny, reject, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good with that?
Yeah.
All right. So we have a motion to change this to second reading shall include a sales agreement. That's going to require it to go through planning commission first.
So we have a sales agreement in place, which was sent to Ms. Burnett. Do we need to set aside time to discuss it? What's the process between now and October?
Now that we've gone through the other necessary steps, then I'll review it and let you know if I recommend any changes, but ultimately it's up to the board to approve it or make additional changes.
Or not approve it. I mean, it's all the same. It could be.
Yes.
Yeah. So normally when we get a sales agreement, just like if anybody offers us a sale agreement or something, do we have to vote on it and send it back? If we voted no, do we have to send it back and say, no, we're not going to accept this?
It would just be a vote to deny the sales agreement. And it would
Okay,
be
but
done.
do we send it back at that point?
It would just be done at that. So send it back to
Okay,
who?
yeah, send it back to the party who made the offer.
Talking about in a negotiation.
Yeah, yeah. Let's say that this board decided if we did sell it, then it would go on and we'd say, hey, we would take this much for it, plus this, plus that, et cetera, whatever the conditions are. But if we say just outright, no, we don't want to sell it for these reasons, would that sales agreement still go back and we just put rejected?
I mean, in the past, we've kind of empowered the city manager to negotiate that.
Yes.
No, what I'm talking about when we vote, we're going to vote on it, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, you can. I mean, there's no requirement to pass it or fail it, or you could amend it to defer it and have the city manager negotiate. Or, I mean, in my mind, the best path would be to get it on this upcoming planning commission and try to get it back at the end of this month for sales agreement. So if there is a problem, it's going to be you've got a month to address it between second reading. I'll tell you how to do business, but that's seems like the most logical step to me.
So I guess what you're trying to ask is if you were to redline it, would it come back to us? And would it be after the second reading?
If we figured out there was something else that we should use it for, and it was more valuable to the city than what you or someone else would give us at this point without any improvements on the piece of property, would we have to get back? So obviously we're going to vote on this, so we would, but it could be a simple, we do not accept your offer.
Correct.
How much ever, the city manager, period. I mean, that would be, yeah. Okay.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're on back to the ordinance as twice amended. Commissioner Milady.
All righty. Let me find the map here. Let's see. All right, on page C101. I guess this would be a question for planning, maybe. So on C101, you see at the top where the vertical 10-foot greenway trail is, and the missing space, that's not going to be mulched. That's going to be connected and paved to the 10-foot sidewalk along. All right. There's 4 different colored sidewalks and greenways. There's a blue, orange, green, and brown. Okay, at the top, the vertical brown one, okay, and the missing part, that's now going to be paved to connect to the green.
That is a waiver that they're asking for. Staff does not support it, so unless you guys granted the waiver, it would have to be paved.
All right, so staff wants mulch?
No.
It has to be big.
Yeah.
Okay, is that something we need to motion for?
Well, I didn't move to adopt that one to include the mulch. I excluded that one on my.
No, not to have.
Well,
the mulch.
I just left it as it's read. It just
Which
says right
means
now
it
the
has to be
request for
paved.
Greenway to be a mulch trail. That's
Okay.
kind of where it sits. Just
Means
request.
the whole thing connected to the green would be paved? Okay. All right, now, south of that, as on see the street where the brown ends in the red, and then it crosses the street, and then there's red. Is there room along that stream to extend the 10-foot trail path down to connect to where it is on the south side? Is there room along that little stream?
I think that's a great idea. I would see what their engineer says, though.
We're having trouble making that ADA compliance. So because of the short distance, we'd have to do so many switchbacks. So which is why we've looped it sort of and just connected it to the red path. Yep.
I see that there is a connection, a roundabout connection via the sidewalk and all that. But I would imagine that their concern there is probably valid, given the, stream being right there.
Okay, so you think that's valid? Because it's an ADA issue?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there is another path to get there.
Okay. All right. To the left, where the section is at the bottom, this text is so small. All right, the blue section at the bottom, the southern, south of the stream. You see where I'm trying? All right. And that connection to the roundabout there, is that a bridge for cars? I can't really tell.
The roundabout
Any-
all the way to the west, or
See what I'm
going
talking about?
north.
You prefer with the stream crossing?
That's that's right.
That's for
That's-
cars?
yes,
Okay.
It's a vehicular
Okay.
bridge.
All right.
But there is a sidewalk crossing.
Correct.
All right. And that would include sidewalks? Okay. All right. So I would like to make a motion for the and I don't know that it's necessary, you can tell me, they were asking for a variance for the facade for 50/50. I would like to make a motion that that would be 70/30.
So under the staff report, it's actually listed under waivers, variances. Says 95104.4, 50% masonry, 50% secondary hardy board, and batten for single family. Planning support 70% masonry and 30% secondary. So you want to adopt the 70%.
Yes.
Okay.
In lieu of the 50/50.
So that would, I guess the best way to do it is just, okay. Hardy board and batten board for single families shall be allowable 70% masonry, 70% secondary, 30%
Yeah,
secondary.
but that would also include townhomes and anything else? You're just asking for a 50/50 across the board, right?
Right.
Yeah,
That
so
was the request.
for the PUD,
That's both single family and the multifamily, they got it listed as, so it's everything.
Yeah, I don't see it separated.
okay.
That was your motion, 70/30?
Yes.
Was there a second on that? Okay. Questions or comments on 70/30? All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed?
All
Any
right.
abstentions?
I have another motion on the townhome driveways would be the standard 22 feet by, or wait a minute, John has a comment.
So I was actually going to bring up that waiver can go away because that 22-foot requirement is only for single-family driveways. Our code does not specify a length for townhomes. So they really didn't even need to ask for that for the multifamily. And
That's number 7 on staff report.
number 7, yes. And I spoke with the applicant, and they are meeting the 22 feet for the single-family portion.
All right.
Easy variance.
So they will be 22 for townhomes as well?
You could, but they did not required by code to be 22 feet. The
Oh.
single family is required by code to be 22 feet.
For single family?
Yes.
Okay, so under the PUD,
They're asking for, in this, they're asking for alley loaded and front loaded townhomes, which are not included in the 22-foot.
right, and what they're asking for is 7 feet. There's a distance of 7 feet, whether it be along the road or alley.
Yeah, it's not anywhere close to 22 feet, no. What are you guys? I'm not positive what it actually is off the top of my head.
Well, I think it's 7 feet.
7 is what we're, yeah.
Sounds rings a bell, yeah.
So what is your opinion of this?
Well, it's not gonna have to park in the garage. I'm just saying, my opinion, I agree. I like the longer driveway. I'm a walker myself, and I don't like walking around the cars hanging out over the sidewalk. But our code doesn't require it for multifamily, the 22 feet. So,
All right, so legal question, if I made a motion to require it, but it's not required, can we legally pass it?
It's a PUD, yes.
It's a what?
It's a PUD, so it's.
So we
You
can't.
can ask for extra things essentially.
Okay.
in a permit.
Well, I have a motion that all the driveways, whatever, be the standard 22 by, 18?
22 feet long driveways is that what you're motioning for?
The standard, which is
All the
22 by
townhomes?
18. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute.
Can I? It is our intention to provide additional parking around the townhomes, and if you look at the sheet, if we were on C1.01, we provided parking on the street, and then there are pockets of parking, like pull-in parking, in lieu of that. And I guess we designed that with intentions of keeping aestheticals in mind, that when you're driving by, if you have a driveway, everybody's going to park there. So we have provided parking, additional parking. We're just not providing the driveways. There's still a 7-foot pad for like pull-in parallel parking purposes. If they were to utilize that, they would be able to fit one car there.
Yeah, I guess my fear is there's a development here. I don't want to call their name, Hickory Station. And the lack of parking is just outrageous. But when I look at the plan here, I didn't get the same sense because, to your point, there's the additional parking. That development there's just like no parking. I'm sure that's what you're wanting to avoid, is that similar situation that we have there. They have garages, but garages is where you put your $4,000 worth of junk and you leave the $40,000 vehicle out. So, the way they work.
All right, what number is where the townhomes are? Can you give me a number?
6. So all the way on Golden Bear to the east, up top. Yep, right there.
All right, well, instead of making a motion, can I just get feedback from the board of your opinions of a 7-foot driveway in the townhome section? And the idea is to encourage everyone to park in the garages. But then what if a family has 4 cars? I mean, two has to park over in the parking area.
Yep. Yeah, 2, obviously, yep. 2 would have to just find parking in the additional parking area.
Okay, so can I just get feedback from the board? Okay, anybody?
So I'm going to go back to this because I mean, like, this is kind of like, okay, if you can't park on the street, you guys are basically, in a sense, saying, hey, don't park in front of your garage, right? So if that's the case, then it'd be something that you guys would put in your HOA saying, hey, you can't park in your front yard. Plain and simple. Can you guys really enforce that? It says, hey, you can't park your car if you want to wash your car and you're blocking your sidewalk and you got people now walking down the street. You still got to give them a place to wash their car. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to read that fine line when they buy that nice townhome, but all of a sudden they'll be like, wait a minute, I can't park my car in my driveway to simply clean out my car or to put the car seat in or anything else. So
I think you'd be able to accomplish those small tasks like cleaning your car or putting a car seat or unloading groceries by parking outside, but you just wouldn't be able to park it long term. And anybody who sees that would definitely know that, hey, I'm not going to be able to leave my car here overnight, or this is not a permanent parking spot.
But we know HOAs
yeah.
are not going to enforce that. I mean, you would have to have a full-time parking attendant on every street, every 4 hours, basically marking everybody's cars that, hey, you're parking your car here for 2 hours. You've exceeded the 2-hour time limit. You might as well put a meter in somebody's front of their driveway and say, here, put the meter up.
Good contract with a towing company will take care of that.
Yeah.
I've been towed in my neighborhood. So.
Yeah, but not in your front of your driveway. They can't come on your
private.
private.
Yes, I did. I'm from Florida, man.
Okay, well, that's a whole nother issue. We're in Tennessee. I don't think if somebody's coming up to my driveway towing my car is something that I want to be seeing. And again, it's going to go back to these folks reaching out to the commission. They're going to be reaching out to the HOA. They don't get the response. They're going to reach out to the commission, right? Asking us why would we approve something so crazy. And I do understand what the commissioner's looking at. Both of them, it makes sense, If it's something that we shouldn't be doing, then maybe we shouldn't be putting a driveway all together there, right? Just make it where it's like a car path. I don't know. Don't give any garages, but that doesn't meet our city requirements. So, personally, I think we got to find a middle point here, which is, if we don't have a code and this is a PUD and we should be asking for something, again, it's just, I know it's going to cost the project a little bit more, but somebody's going to have a truck. And last thing I want is a stroller to be out in this, out in the busy street when we're trying to keep everybody on the sidewalk safely. So, Commissioner, I see your point.
Okay.
I absolutely do, because 22 feet, even it's the standard for the single family dwellings. But if you look at it, it should be too. This is a PUD for the condos, whether there's 2 or 3 or whatever, the townhomes. And the reason is because people have trailer hitches on their cars or their vehicles, and it protrudes sometimes. So people walking, they can hit that trailer hitch. So we come a long time ago to put that 22 feet on there, and that was one of the reasons. So I'm supporting of your amendment.
Todd?
Just a minor point of clarification that these are alley-loaded garages, and they're
Correct.
rear-loaded on the alley. So the intent is that the sidewalk is on the front of the house, and pedestrians, I'm not going to say they're not going to be in the alley, but the intent is that they would not be.
It may not be, but if I may interject this, people come out their back doors because that's where they park. So if they needed to walk down the street for whatever reason, they're going to be on the street. So if that protrudes out the street, they can still hit.
Absolutely,
That's-
yes.
That's where my concern is, you know, so.
Any other?
All right. Any suggestions on a compromise, like instead of 7, to me, like, what is this, 8? Is that 8 feet? I mean, I don't know. Just,
Well, I mean, to me, it's already a compromise. They're alley loaded, sidewalks on the front of the house,
all right.
car go in the back, people go in the front.
These are 2-car garage too.
Yeah, but we've got a 2-car garage. And we
have a presentation. I don't know if you can.
Oh,
put it up,
yeah.
but we can
Okay.
show you what they look like with the sidewalk in the front.
Okay, I'd like to see it.
Any objections? Proceed.
To go through, I guess, quickly. You could kind of see the townhomes right there in the middle there, where they're in the front. And I have a couple other images through here. Right there. So the whole idea is to create a walkable community and having the entrance in the alley. And that's the purpose. And if you go to many of these vibrant mixed-use town centers, the whole purpose of the development is to have walkability and pedestrian access. You would not have the driveways here in the front, and they would be in the rear. And they are very minimum to that. And there are HOA standards. I've been to many of these. I've lived in them, and it does get policed. And the whole purpose is so that we're not impeding on a sidewalk or impeding into the street and are hanging over with your trailer. It's somewhat, you buy a townhome, you're a little more limited than a single family home as a buyer. But it's bringing diversity to your city and offering another option besides a single family home.
Commissioner Giles, did you have a question?
Yeah, and I love that concept where that is, and I love the walkability in front of it. But it's still, if it's not 22 feet in the back, and they realize that, it can still impede into that road. And you say, people, well, the sidewalk's not there. But we are starting to have more people in this city ride scooters down the sidewalk. I doubt very, very seriously that somebody riding a scooter down the sidewalk in front of these condos are going to go in the front door with that scooter. They're going to go in the back, and they're going to come down that street to go into their unit. And so if a trailer is, protruding out, that could hit one of those and hurt a kid or hit an adult. I think we need 22 feet. I think it's a good catch, Commissioner Mullally. So I'm concerned about people. We talked about this at BPAC. We're still talking about it. We're seeing people go down the sidewalks on kids on scooters, not paying attention to the street that they cross, and not, it's starting. So
Was there an image of the alley side?
We can bring one, at second reading and then discuss it further. We might be able to do some research and see what we can come up with.
What is the total?
Total units?
What's the total parking spaces that are, so what is the total parking spaces for the guests and the homeowners?
114 additional parking spaces in the townhome area.
And what is that percentage for the total townhomes? What is the percentage?
It's like 80%.
8%?
Well, 80% of the townhomes would have one additional space.
Okay.
Yeah. In addition to their parking garage.
Yeah.
And that's not including the commercial side where we're talking, where we went with the other developers? Okay,
Correct. This is just for this particular area.
gotcha.
Such a deal.
Thank you.
Is there any objection while you've got this up from the board of, do you have any slides for the amenity that we're talking about replacing for the trailhead?
We don't have, let me see if I think the slide is hidden. Figures. But it's going to be sort of a standard trailhead with, I guess that's what we want to talk to you about. You want a bench with it, you want mapping, that type of thing. We can show you some images definitely in a second.
Okay.
Second reading with some images that match the rest of our signage.
Yeah,
And then the public restroom will be available in the clubhouse with the single family area there.
yeah, that's important to me to make sure we're covering everything that we have now. And letting the development pay for the upkeep going forward too.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor.
So while we have this up here, where was the proposed space that you guys were looking to switch out for the project, right? For the space that you guys were looking at where the fire department was looking? Is it on this screen by chance or is it on another?
So the conversations we had with fire chief was that he needed to be on Rutland, and we have a short frontage on Rutland, which is all the way to the west.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
that's where he would prefer it to be, and no place else really.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know if it was on this land.
I believe, was it 2 acres?
Yeah.
2 acres was a discussion. And thereafter, I think we stopped discussing because there's some back and forth about if there's a need or not. Maybe another development had some dedicated acreage for a fire station nearby. So I'm not sure, where we ended up with that. But initially, when we started conversation for the purchase of city parcel, that was sort of thrown in the negotiations that we dedicate or swap 2 acres from what we're buying and dedicated on Rutland.
Okay, thank you so much.
So one more thing on this. Our offer currently, which you have, does not include the dedication of 2 acres. This is full purchase of the city parcels and relocating the trailhead and restroom facility in our development.
Thank you.
Got a big old box there. That's my technical term for it, with a number 1 on it, right there off what I believe is Rutland. Is there going to be room for 2 acres plus that big number 1?
Now that we've gotten so much into planning, I think it would be very tough to accommodate 2 acres there on Rutland without disturbing parking. And of course, traffic patterns is a big thing because fire station could not share the access with the big box. So we'd have to have a proper placement.
And that to me would be tough to move the big box because I don't want it put further in the development and then drive traffic to it through the residential portions.
Correct. Yeah, that was the idea for us to put it at the corner of Rutland Golden Bear. Anyways, we wanted them to have their isolated area so it does not impact the residential portion and the town center created around Athletes Way and beyond.
And I'm guessing the fire department doesn't want to go through the residential area either.
Invisibility too for that grocery store.
They have to have a hard corner. Yes, that's correct.
So if the fire department's something we want to pursue, that's got to be talked through very carefully. I'm imagining this whole, to get to conversations about anybody giving 2 acres for a fire department, it's probably contingent upon whatever goes in 1.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it would heavily impact that area. And I don't know if we could still maintain the use that we have for one. That area is 8 acres. So if you're taking 25% of the land from that.
And it's the parking that's required.
Correct. Yep.
Commissioner Giles, did you want
No, I
to?
don't.
Okay. I think we got that one. I'm gonna make a motion here to try to deal with some of these variances. We've got, under staff report, we've got number 1, which is access street to allow front-loaded garage with direct decorative doors. 2, which is 33 single-family units on the cul-de-sac. And 3, the single-family bulk regulations as follows: front setbacks 20 feet, side setbacks 7.5, minimum lot width 50, lot coverage 50%. 4, we've already addressed. 5, which is to omit perimeter fence around multifamily. 6, which is the maximum height of 55 feet. The development site is approximately 1 mile from the I-40 interchange, outside of the 1.5 miles for additional height. I'd support that. 10, which is to omit the masonry columns between the single family and two-car garage front facing with decorative doors. 11 is front facing single family garage door to be 50% of the front facade with decorative garage doors. 12, single family front loaded garages to be flush with the front facade. 13, single family lots less than 10,000 feet. 14, grocery store to be 10,000 square feet. And 15, 25% is shared parking in the mixed use area of the PUD. And then 17 is to allow the townhome balconies to encroach into the yards. I'll make that as a motion.
Second.
Got a second? John?
Just an FYI for a couple of these. Number 3, the side setback. It's RS10. It's only 7.5 foot required by code to begin with.
Okay.
A lot of these we get, it's 25 foot for the side, and then, so 7.5 sounds pretty appalling for a 25-foot requirement, but it's only 7.5 feet to begin with, or it's only 8 feet to begin with required for RS10, and they're only asking for a half a foot off.
6 inches.
Yeah. Okay, so that number 3, there was another one on here. Okay, so the height, it's outside of the limit, but the fire, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the fire department is capable of handling the height they're asking for nowadays. That's what I've heard over and over.
He said make it taller.
And then number 13. So 13, so that we have that ordinance that says 10,000 square foot minimum, 15,000 average. That specifically says in that ordinance R PUD, like residential PUD only. This is a mixed use PUD. I don't think that applies to this PUD. So
Okay.
that waiver can just go away, that request.
Well, I read them all, so unless there's concern. Commissioner Mullally.
So this is 1 through 6. Why is that doing that? 1 through 6, 10 through 15,
Let me,
and then 17.
1, 2, 3, 4 we've already adopted, 5 and 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 17.
Okay.
Because I think 16 has already been adopted and 18's the mulch discussion. So I didn't include those. Todd?
Just a clarification on 16, when you state adopted, that's adopted the staff recommendation and not adopted the variance, correct? Because both sets of staff does not support.
Yeah, it was adopted earlier under engineering, the 7th bullet point.
So is that adopting the variance or adopting the staff recommendation?
It was adopting the variance.
I would ask for you to reconsider.
Okay, we can circle back to that one. It's not included in my current one anyway. Questions or comments? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, those are adopted. I'll give you the floor, Todd, and let you discuss that one.
Yeah, I'd just like to circle back to the engineering variances then, because there were a few that weren't supported.
Correct.
Request to allow front-loading garages on access streets, not supported. I believe they're amending their plan, so that won't be required. Waiving the sidewalk requirement is not supported. And the parking analysis, or the shared parking 25%, I wouldn't support that without seeing a justification for that amount. I would be supportive of a smaller amount in the range at 10 to 15%, but multifamily and commercial don't share parking the best. You tend to go shopping in the afternoon, but you also tend to be home. So
Can we circle on back to 7? That was the original concern, which was
yes,
the request to waive the sidewalk requirements in the environmental impact. Request to waive sidewalk requirements in areas with environmental impacts. And your I see it was not supported by staff, which, so you want the sidewalks in the environmentally impacted areas?
correct. We're been pretty consistent at this point that sidewalks are required along all frontage.
Okay. Okay. Then I'll make a motion then to remove that waiver, which was the request to waive sidewalk requirements in the areas with environmental impacts. Is there a second?
Second.
Or any questions or comments? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. And what else did you have, Todd?
Yes. Public Works variance, bullet 3. I don't know why these aren't numbered. Bullet 2 is front-loaded garages on access streets. Bullet 4, allow up to 25% shared parking. I would request that get dropped to 15% maximum. And the final request, 1, 2, 3, 4.
That was not adopted.
Perfect. And yeah, so just 2 and 4 would need to be.
And 2, the request to allow more than 14 lots on a cul-de-sac. I'm sorry, wrong one. Request to allow front-loaded garages on access streets. I didn't have a problem with it. And then number 4, I'll make the motion to the request to, it currently reads request to allow up to 25% shared parking. I'll say, I'll make a motion to substitute 25 with 15%. Second. Any questions or comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's adopted. Any other, Commissioner Mulledy?
All right. Along Golden Bear, where the trailway starts, I would like to make a motion that we install some sort of signage. I don't want it to be some flashing, well-advertised thing, but something so that walkers, cyclists walking along there knows there's a bathroom, there's restroom. So some kind of subtle little sign right there. Because, we don't want to well advertise it to get people down there we don't want, but we do want pedestrians and cyclists to know that there are restroom facilities available if they're needed. So I would like to make a motion to have some kind of subtle signage right there at where that 10-foot Greenway Trail connects to Golden Bear.
Okay. So you just want signage for pointing to the trailhead?
Trail, but would they know that the trailhead means restroom without saying restroom? I wouldn't, if I was walking, I would think trailhead, there's no restroom because it doesn't say restroom.
So you want the sign to say restroom or not restroom?
I do, but I want it to be subtle. I don't want it well advertised,
Okay.
but
It's not just a trailhead, it shows the facilities on there. That can easily be done if it passes for y'all to buy that 5.16 acres. They can
Well,
put that
okay.
in.
But you want the signage on the trail anyway, not available, not on the, and the road.
yeah, somewhere so that people that aren't going to walk into the development, they're just walking along Golden Bear. Well, okay, so what about, it says trailhead this way, but the little icon for a restroom rather than saying restroom.
Yeah, they're
Would
out
that
there.
be better?
Yeah, there's many types of that out there that can be.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll wait for motioning for that now, and in a second reading, you can bring some ideas. Okay. All right, so back to the driveways on the townhomes. If we went to a 20-foot driveway or somewhere in between, how many units would you lose?
We'd have to do an exercise to see how many units we'd lose. Just right off the, it would be very significant because we're adding 40 feet on each side, each alley. 44 feet, yeah.
All right, so at second reading, could you bring
Mhm.
that
Yes,
back
we could.
so we would know?
Yep.
Okay.
We can.
All right, and timeline. Say if this did get approved, your estimated timeline of breaking ground on phase 1 would be how long?
2027.
27.
Yep,
All right, and so all phases completed would be what?
2032.
32. Okay. Now, I had brought up schools.
Yes.
So the estimated impact on schools is about 226 kids.
Right.
And that would be split, elementary about 51, middle school about 104, high school about 86.
That's correct.
Okay,
That's according to the Tennessee Kids Population Statistics.
okay. Now, the cul-de-sac on Rutland. This text is so small. I can't even tell where Rutland is now. The cul-de-sac on Rutland, would that be stubbed for future? No, it wouldn't.
Are you referring to this right here?
That cul-de-sac is internal to the site.
Okay.
And it really only stubs into this development.
Yeah, that one over there.
Yep.
I couldn't
That's just
find it.
internal to the
Okay,
development.
all right.
And no, not for future development.
Okay. That was all the questions, I think.
Commissioner Giles?
Commissioner Mullally, on the school things, and I understand your concern about the number of students, but correct me if I'm wrong. We send all of these developments to the Board of Education, and we rarely get anything back, saying anything. Did we get something back on this development?
I was actually looking at that same thing while Commissioner Mullally was talking, and it says no comments, but you're right, we do send.
You know, we have
do send a
people-
packet to
Yeah,
them.
we have people in the city that blames us for the overcrowding of schools, but yet we can't even get a response from the Board of Education on saying, yay, nay, we're not going to build. We are. They're going to have to build if we have to have it. I'm not saying it's a concern. It is a concern, but it's really
It is,
not-
well,
correct me if
it's
I'm
a
wrong. It's
concern
really
with
not on
people.
us. So, yeah, so, and unfortunately, so I wish they would if they have a problem with it, for better words. But the other thing, are you going to make an motion to have the driveways extend 22 feet?
We're going to wait for second reading because I had asked how many units they're going to lose. And she said it would be significant. She's going to bring that back at second reading. So I was going to hold off on making a motion for that for now.
Okay, so are you making a motion too for the width of the alley?
The road,
To extend the width?
the road or the driveway?
No, the road. Is it wide enough for emergency services?
Yeah, they still have access through the front.
And
There's
that's what I thought
frontage.
most
Yeah,
people would
yeah.
go anyway if you had an emergency there. But I'm just confused on when you're talking about the width. That's what's.
No, I
confused
didn't
me.
have a question about the width. I had a question about the driveway length, which was 7 feet versus 22 feet, which is standard.
22 feet is not required for tax.
Yeah,
It's
because
not required, but we can because it's a PUD.
we can, because I
Yeah.
asked that question,
Yeah.
but I was going to hold off on making a motion until second reading when they're going to bring back how many units they would lose.
Okay, because I think it should be 22.
Well, I like the longer one, but I
Well, I'm
personally was
concerned
going to
about
hold off on
safety
the
of people
motion.
going down that road, that street. But at any rate, if you're not
Okay.
going to make it, we can on the second, if that's the, you know.
Vice Mayor?
So I'm gonna go back to, because again, obviously there's a question here that's being circled around. So we go back to the back alleyways where the cars are going to be in and out. Okay. Will the first responders be able to get to the back alleyway?
It's
Based off
20
those roads.
feet wide.
20 feet wide?
Yep, so they should be able to.
Okay.
Yep, and we have a good turnaround within.
So we can be
that
able to do a
area, so they'd
turnaround.
be able to turn around, yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Just want to make sure there was some, there was some questions there. I just want to make sure we were covered because he was shaking his head. He wasn't for sure yet. So he's the boss when it
Yeah,
comes to
yeah.
safety
Can see 'em.
and his team. So I just want to make sure we're covered. So thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Hefner?
Okay. On the traffic studies for traffic signal warrants analysis. Why can't we make that prior to mass grading?
So installation of the signal has to be done as warranted. If that signal is already warranted, we could absolutely require that at mass grading. We could.
I guess that's my point. Why are we waiting to do a warrant? Why can't we just require the analysis done now versus?
It's a little bit of a phasing thing, right? So if, for instance, the lot across the street, right? They graded and now we're waiting.
Well, that's the problem. We're going to get into this waiting match because nobody's going to go forward because they're going to burden 100% of the cost. So they're waiting. They're going to wait. They're going to wait longer. So why don't we just say the warrant should be done sooner rather than later, or put some time period on it?
Yeah, I mean, that's the intent of the warrant analysis is to get it as soon as possible and have it active as soon as it's needed. As far as 100% of the cost going to one development, yeah, it is a waiting game. If you trip the warrant, you're going to be the one to pay for the signal because we don't have a mechanism to split the cost. If it was me, I would be talking to the adjacent landowner who is also conditioned for that signal, and let's see if we can come to an agreement here, but we can't require that.
Right.
As far as requiring the signal before the warrant is met, we could have it installed and have it bagged and have it waiting around until that warrant is hit before we can activate it. And this, I am 100% confident at some point within this development that signal will
Well,
be
yeah,
warranted.
you've got 600 households going in this development, and you've got a large commercial retail that's going right on that corner.
So
I don't need a warrant.
Yeah.
To tell me that a signal is going to be required on that corner. But if you're saying that's what we need.
It's more about when the signal is activated than anything.
So you're saying when you say bag it, what are you talking about? You just install it, but you just flash
We
yellows?
would literally have trash bags on the signal heads because it can't be activated.
Is there something
And
a little
it
more
can't even be
decorative than a
blank, 'cause
gas?
once it's blank, it's a four-way
or
stop.
Garbage bag? Decorative trash bags?
It is industry standard.
So
it's very
who pays
strange.
for the signal that's going to have trash bags hanging off of them?
Well, if you want to condition it at mass grading, it would be the Sutton. Unless for some reason Project Jolene decided they wanted to come in between now and second reading, but I've got my doubts. Yeah.
Would you be amenable to that?
So what you're proposing is when we get our mass grading permit, we'd have to have the signal up, or before we start mass grading?
Correct.
And at that point, it's not warranted because the traffic count is not there. I mean, we have no contribution to the traffic count to warrant this signal.
Is the warrant based on the existing traffic? Or is it based on the future?
It can be based on the future traffic, but we would need to know which phase.
Because that wouldn't make sense. If it's based on current traffic, then it's not going to warrant it.
Correct. Which
So
is why we'd have to bag it if we
It
did
almost
it at
seems
mass
like
grading.
why are we? So you got to build the commercial out before you actually do the warrant.
Well, we can approximate the trips that each phase is going to generate, right?
Okay.
And we will take that and we will have them count the traffic, and we will add the trips we anticipate being added by that next phase. And that's when we know, all right, this is the phase that signal needs to get activated. Yeah. And that's just based on the guidance within the MUTCD.
Okay. So what's your?
But there is nothing saying we can't have it built and bagged.
Built and bagged.
It's just
big beautiful bag.
Big beautiful bags. There is an incoming development in my neighborhood that has completed a signal modification, and half the signal, because it's a three-way intersection becoming a four, half the signals just have bags, and they've had it for about a year now.
Okay.
And it's how it has to be done, unfortunately.
So can we do the warrant analysis with future anticipation of traffic by mass grading?
So just based on the lead time for traffic signals, I would recommend building permit over mass grading if you want to have it before anything is even coming out of the ground. They're just real backlogged on getting signals, so they would need some time to plan ahead.
Okay.
So typically, right, at CO is when we would have to have it installed and
Mhm.
active. So we can definitely commit to that, as before we even get the CO, we'll have it installed and activated. Or
Okay.
even at building permit, we can install it
Okay.
at building permit for the building itself.
At building permit for the commercial building.
Correct.
Okay. Can I motion that?
Yeah.
Is this would be a change under what number is this? 16 AI?
AI.
But if I may, the
Sure.
signal will still be inactive and
Correct.
bagged for a long period of time. Let's say the building's under construction for 8 to 10 months. So for that period of time, it will just be installed but bagged,
Okay.
right? Therefore, the developer who's across the street could utilize a signal at our cost because it's already up. And at that point, even if, because the condition on their PUD is that before they get their CO, they have to do an analysis. And if it warrants a signal, then they have to install it. But like you said, it'd be a waiting game. We would probably be on the hook for it.
Well, I don't know if they're putting in a storage facility. I don't know how much traffic a storage facility is going to generate. I mean, you go there, you dump your stuff off in a box and you leave. You're not traveling there every day to go pull stuff out of your storage unit. But I could be wrong. But I'm pretty sure whatever's going in this big box number 1 is going to generate a lot more traffic than a storage facility. Just my common
Yep.
sense thinking.
And
So,
shared cost is something you guys cannot enforce.
I would say get with the developer. Yeah. Yeah, but no, we can't get in the middle of that. So,
We can talk to them between the first and the second reading and bring
There we go.
back our findings by then.
okay. Do we need to codify anything right now?
Not right now. We can
wait.
address that at second reading. And because if they come to an agreement,
Yeah,
even
great.
better.
So if I make sure I'm understanding this, the development across the street's got a similar requirement as this development,
Correct.
and it's all timing.
Based on the warrant.
Yes.
Correct. And then it's first to the party
To
pays,
build.
Correct.
which means they could both wait and wait. Commercial doesn't get built because they're both waiting and waiting and waiting.
That's not productive either.
No.
Mr. Martin.
Mayor, I'm just throwing this out there just simply because we had this before, and Commissioner Giles may recall this. At one point years ago on Mount Jet Road, there was a Dunkin' Donuts looking at going at Rutland,
Oh, yeah.
Northwest Rutland. And at that time, the bank that went in, to this day, nothing's ever came, but if it ever did, at that time, if one of those corners had been a Dunkin', they were going to be required to pay a percentage of that traffic light. When the bank went in, they funded the entire cost. Mr. Phil Smart, who used to be on our planning commission, was part of the bank then before he retired. I don't know if you could do that, if it's even an idea that you could say, okay, if they fund it and then whenever something came in the future, you could create a percentage, I guess you'd say, even in a quadrant that somebody could pay for it. I want to use that to bring it up as not to pass the cost on to anybody else or any other developers out there, is that we did do that. So if anything ever comes at any of those corners or down Northwest Rutland, like the Christian Academy, one time there was a private developers looking at doing another assisted living facility, they would be required or mandated through this to pay some percentage of that.
We did something too with Costco and the road out
Widening
there.
the road.
Yeah, there was some collaboration worked out there.
Yeah, the Amazon paid for. not
Wasn't Amazon, Costco
and the Jack Lowry.
Yeah.
They split the cost 50-50 on that.
Just an idea. I'm not trying to muddy
That's
the
right.
waters.
You were part of that. She
Mr.
was the
Giles will
engineer.
remember that.
She was the engineer on that.
Yeah.
And by the way, that traffic study from Costco, I remember this. No, hide, because I remember you saying it. I remember you telling me they only they only anticipated 12 cars driving down that road. I sit there and count 12 cars a minute going down that road, going to Costco. And I kind of joked at the time that there's no way Costco is only going to generate 12 cars a day going down that road. But anyways, I'm not a fan of traffic studies, but whatever.
Hope
They
that
tend
didn't
to be
muddy
wrong.
up in it, but that was just an idea.
No, I think that's a great idea. I think just share the cost. There's 4 corners.
Yeah.
There's
somebody-
4 corners that are going to build right there.
That way if they pull the trigger now and they do it.
Ms. Burnett, do you have any wisdom for us?
Maybe not wisdom, but we are in the middle of one of those types of deals that, Todd, do you remember what development that is?
Was it Beckwith Point, Beckwith
Yeah,
Station?
Beckwith Point and Beckwith Station have that, and it's a little bit messy for the city because we're responsible for collecting the money, then giving it elsewhere, and you have to keep track of it. It wouldn't be my recommendation. It can be done, but it's a little bit messy.
Commissioner Giles?
Could they not have like, not a trust, but it could be a third party who would take care of that they would have to hire to take care of that instead of the city?
A mediator.
Do what?
A mediator.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, they could, but then that would just be their agreement, their deal. And we
But they
wouldn't be
could do that.
They
They
could
could
if they
agree
want.
with that, and then the money could be collected or go through that.
But that would be their responsibility to set that
Absolutely,
up.
not the city.
Well, the other thing I guess that comes to mind is the other PUD's already passed.
Right, so you
You can't
go back and force that on them.
willy-nilly change that one.
No.
Not unless they're really willing to willy-nilly.
So if this body thinks that the traffic light should be installed prior to when our traffic generator has a certificate of occupancy, then we could install it. We could potentially agree to just deducting 50% of the cost to install the traffic light from our offsite, our contributions.
Yes. I think that's fair and reasonable.
Yep. So we could do it. Again, it would sit there for months, but that would be sort of the,
It takes a long time to put in a traffic signal.
Yep.
So to have it already up and running and we literally flip a switch to turn it on when we need it, I think is not a bad thing. I think it's planning ahead.
so where the cost would be split anyway between us and the other developer, but in this case, it would just get subtracted from our contributions.
Credit.
Yep, credit. Yep.
Vice Mayor?
What's the cost projected?
We would have to bring that to you by second reading. I'll have to get our guys to look at it and see.
Okay, so quick question. So to go back to the developer that's going to need it, and you're saying it is warranted for them to put it, and we missed that?
No,
That'll
no.
come down to time.
That
Sorry to
project-
switch, by the way. I apologize. You guys are in the same peripheral view right there, so I apologize.
That project is conditioned to install that signal. However, they are conditioned to install it as warranted. In every single out parcel they have, they're required to submit a analysis stating whether that signal is going to become warranted or not.
When's that project going to kick off?
It technically already has. They've mass graded, and now it's just up to them when they want to bring it in. They've already gone through planning for an FMDP and site plan for the public storage on the corner. And we've had discussions about some of the other out parcels. We have not had discussions about the large industrial warehousing in the back at this time, but it's we can't dictate when they come in.
No, I understand that, but what I'm trying to get at is if they're way ahead of these folks' projects, right? And we stay on this, and again, I'm not trying to pass the buck, but we already have a partnership that's willing to split it, whatever the percentage is, 50-50, whatever. That's my thought is, that's where I think that we need to be careful is that, if they're going to come back and they're going to show that it is warranted based off of what you're requesting, and they're way ahead of us by a couple of years, then again, by the time you guys get to your point, you're probably looking at least maybe 2 years out. There you go. So you think they're going to be done with their project in the next 2 years. So that's probably going to be a moot point here. That's what I'm trying to get at here.
So I wouldn't expect that. I believe at this point in time, and I cannot speak for this landowner, but I believe that the Sutton development wants to be more aggressive with their schedule.
This site or this team right here wants to be more
Correct.
aggressive. Okay, I'm sorry.
But that's subject to change at the will of a landowner. So
All right. Well,
that's the struggle with all of this. That's why it ends up being, well, whoever comes in first pays for it first, because we can't control their schedules.
Well, hopefully you guys can be able to work out with the developer, the existing one, and see if there's a partnership there. They obviously know that they're going to have to come back if, again, we're all going to be back here at some point. So just wanted to see. Thank you.
Commissioner Giles.
So I heard you say the contribution, so you're already planning to give us 1,500 per unit?
Yes, we are willing to make a
I
contribution.
said 15, is that not right? I meant 7,500, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're already planning on doing that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
did
figured
that
they'd
come
jump
up
on that.
I
before?
agreed on 1,500.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Hey, listen, I ran out of coffee a long time ago. Okay, so,
We'll do the traffic light.
okay, yeah. So with that in mind, though, you're talking about putting that towards the traffic light, but you're already warranted to do that, aren't you? At least in conjunction with the property owner across the street?
Well, it's not warranted at this point, and it wouldn't be at mass grading, right? For whatever reason, this ends up not being a grocer and some other big box or office space that does not require or doesn't generate as many trips, then we might not be warranted at that point.
So in other words, you don't have a contract yet for someone to come in for a grocery store, right?
We do,
Okay.
but things happen and stuff changes over time, so we do.
Okay. So there may be something else that we might want to ask for that $7,500 per unit too. It may happen, but that's not right now. You're just saying you may put it to the traffic light. Okay. Okay.
Commissioner Hefner.
So we're gonna hold off on that until second reading. Did you get a chance to look at the East Division Street and those drop-off points?
Yep, our engineers are working through the just preliminary look at it to see what utilities would have to be relocated and how steep those slopes are to kind of just grasp the extent of improvements.
So to get everybody up to speed on what we're talking
Yep.
about, so I've said East Division Street is one of the most dangerous streets, probably in the city for sure, maybe even in the county.
Mhm.
And so came up with an idea to have this developer install guardrails. I know there's pros and cons about it, but we've had several accidents and roll-offs that go down that gorge, ravine, whatever it is, 20, 30-foot drop. So they're looking into what would take to put guardrails up on designated areas that Public Works has outlined on a map, which they have. I don't know if it's part of the packet or not, but so they're looking into that.
We are looking into that. Yeah.
And will you have some
Yes.
idea
Yep.
by second reading?
Yep. The cost and all of that by second reading, hopefully.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Am I pretty accurate? Any other concerns or issues with that?
Nope, that's summed it up pretty well. We provided them late last week with that map, so they haven't had a lot of time to look at it.
Correct. So it's a good short-term measure.
Correct.
Widening East Division Street is going to take some time and a lot more money. I think, what was your estimate?
I believe Matt White quoted it at $72 million.
$72 million to widen that stretch of road. So it's going to take us a while to get there, if we even get there at all. But in the meantime, we can put some guardrails up to create some safety measures to prevent people from rolling off into the ravine. So that's all I had, and we can discuss that at second reading as well.
Yep.
That's all I had.
Mr. Mullally.
And on that, other developers have contributed to the widening of East Division as well. So, including Amazon. So I just wanted to throw that out.
Ms. Burnett.
I apologize, going all the way back to Amendment 2 about the proposed sales agreement. I apologize, I misspoke. It did go to the Planning Commission. Kenny, you were right, so I apologize for that. The Planning Commission did review the sale of the property, and it was a negative recommendation.
They were quick.
The planning commission would not review the actual sales agreement. The planning commission only reviews just the sale of the property.
Anything else? Ready to vote? John?
I just want to bring to your attention one of the conditions that we have in here. It's pretty impactful. Might not want to include it. It's under planning and zoning 26. That's going to be quite a change for them. I might have been a little bold in asking that.
Oh, ordinance number 600.
Yeah, the conditions.
I'm looking at staff reports,
Yeah, it's
variances.
in the conditions.
Stormwater rule 410, SO4 needs a construction plan, 100-year storm for detention.
No,
I'm sorry, I'm on engineering, John.
yeah.
That's clearly not your area. Mixed use regulations shall be adhered to. Except-
Mixed uses along the entire Golden Bear frontage. It was a thought maybe, since that's a major commercial corridor, that instead of there being housing along Golden Bear, maybe we would want to see more commercial uses along that corridor. It wouldn't bother me to remove it.
All right. Yeah, I was looking at 6 and not 26. Motion, I'll second. Questions or comments on removal of 26?
And that is I've got a question. So that is to allow more residential, or are you suggesting, I'm trying to find it on here, does that increase the commercial on Golden Bear?
It wouldn't necessarily increase the commercial. It just might change the layout so that the commercial was more prominent along Golden Bear.
Okay.
Just on the northern part where you got the two areas of townhomes up there. I don't think it's a pertinent point at this stage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commercial where the townhomes are on Golden Bear.
Like on the north side of it.
Yeah, but it's not our preference. It really wouldn't be feasible.
Well, that's kind of where you start to taper off too, right?
Yes,
Yes.
if it slopes up.
Yes.
And our other concern is that we would create a huge parking lot between the townhomes and the commercial use, and then those townhomes would be less desirable, and it would be very hard to blend those uses. Also, the commercial would then be separated from the town center area because there's that environmental separation that naturally just happens. So we would prefer not to add commercial to the eastern portion of the site because of all of those reasons.
Okay.
We want to keep the commercial to the town center.
Correct.
To create that walkability and synergy at Deer in the town.
Good. All right. All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That does carry. Anything else? All right. All in favor of the ordinance as amended on first reading, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Does carry. We'll be back at the end of October.
Thank you.
D, which is an ordinance to annex into the corporate boundaries of the City of Mount Juliet roadway and associate right-of-way on East Division Street from the existing city limits at the northwestern property corner of parcel 7267 to a point approximately 2,293 linear feet east along East Division, being located within the city's urban growth boundary. A motion? Second. Any questions or comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That does carry. 10E, an ordinance to rezone the property located at 3336 North Mount Juliet Road, approximately 1.37 acres, map 54, parcel 179.01 from RS40 to CTC. Hear a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? All in favor of 10E, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That does pass. 10F, an ordinance to rezone the property at 43 East Caldwell Street, approximately 0.57 acres, map 721, Group A, Parcel 3, from RS40 to CTC. Have a motion? Is there a second? And a second on this. Questions or comments? Mr. Mullally?
Can I ask who was it that requested the rezone?
Let me see if it's in here. Burned rubber past it. That property owner on here, that's it.
Probably who?
I got the property owner. I don't remember his name.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That does pass. 10G, an ordinance to rezone the property located at 47/47B East Caldwell Street, approximately 1.2 acres, map 721, Group A, Parcel 5, and Parcel 6 from RS40 to CTC. Got a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Mullally?
Okay. If you're looking at the map, it makes sense to me to do 43 because it's equal to CTC across East Caldwell. But these two pieces goes further into the residential. So I don't understand, is it the same property owner?
I don't believe it is the same property owner. It is. Okay. The more important thing I think to note is that the land use plan calls for town center all the way east to Ridgecrest Drive there. So 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 of those parcels heading east also have a CTC land use. So it's not at the edge like it looks as far as the land use plan goes.
All right.
And there's also CTC behind, well, you can see on the map there. Yeah.
On where?
To the south. Like
Industrial?
Industrial, yeah, that's industrially zoned or commercially zoned behind those. Like I said, the land use plan calls for CTC or town center all the way over to Ridgecrest Drive there on the map that you see. So
My concern is piece by piece by piece, if these get rezoned for CTC and then there's 20 acres, a developer can come in and buy, what would stop them from coming in requesting a PUD, CTC PUD for multifamily?
absolutely nothing.
Nothing. So for that reason, I'm going to vote against it.
All right, noted. Any other questions or comments? All in favor of the ordinance, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That does pass. 10H, which is an ordinance amending the fiscal year 25-26 budget ordinance 25-35 to accept insurance proceeds and appropriate funds for the repair of a traffic signal cabinet. I hear a motion.
Second.
And a second. Questions or comments? All in favor of 10H, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? It does pass. 10I, a resolution authorizing the mayor to sign a certificate of compliance for SFM LLC DBA Sprouts Farmers Market, number 588, located at 1919 North Mount Juliet Road, to sell wine. Motion and second. Questions or comments? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That does pass. Next item is a discussion item. This is for the Marabella Development. Commissioner Hefner, you have the floor.
Appreciate it. Ask the applicant to come on up. There's some updates that we want to relay to the board. We're doing this think they're on the agenda for the next board meeting. So if there's any questions or follow-ups, they've got a couple of weeks to get those back before the next second reading. Correct.
Acres with barge design. We also have Kyle Allen here with us and Drew with barge, and also M2, who's been the engineer of record. We're assisting the client with this. I think there's a slide. I don't know if we can bring it up. It's a slide.
Is there any objection to the slides? Or hearing
It's
none?
just an exhibit. So I know we've been deferred the project for quite a while. We just wanted to come back before it's going to hearing on September 22nd is when we're back before you. One of the main issues was sewer access. So we just wanted to come and give an update, and Kyle can also give some updates on other things he's working on. But we've secured approval from all 3 adjacent property owners. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm usually pretty loud without it, but we've secured 3 easements from the adjacent property owners to provide sewer through there. 2 of the easements have been recorded, and 1 will be recorded before we come back to you on September 22nd. And the project will connect directly to sewer within this existing sewer easement. The pointer is not working, so I can't really point it out, but if you look up there on the blow up, there's a 20-foot existing public sewer easement that's been recorded and platted that runs through the development, and we will connect directly to that through the other 3 property owners. And we will do this for the preferred option of being gravity connection. And with the property owner's approval, construction will be on Mr. Bradshaw's property, correct? Yes. So we just wanted to provide that update. If you have any questions,
What's the length?
the length of our sewer. Complete.
7,800 feet.
Yeah.
total.
This is all gravity?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And I'll just note that we've worked with staff, and this is the preferred option, both of us and of staff. And the sewer will be sized for the basin, so this will benefit not only our development, but any future development upstream or adjacent to this line. It will get up to 18 inches in diameter, which in the world of sewer is a significant trunk line. So just wanted to mention that as well.
Okay. Commissioner Lay.
On this public easement, do we know if the city legally owns that?
Oh, we'll let the attorney handle that.
On the plat, it's labeled as a sanitary sewer easement. It doesn't actually say a public sanitary sewer easement. So that's where there was some back and forth about whose easement it actually is. Now, sanitary sewers, we do own all of them. So it is likely ours, but there is maybe some concern that it may not be. So that's why they have proposed an indemnity agreement. So that way, if that property owner attempts to fight us over it, they will indemnify us for that legal battle.
And what will that mean? Huh?
Pay for it, no taxpayer money will be used.
No taxpayer.
For the
All
legal
right.
battle.
So this is an agreement, assuming it's our property, and then wouldn't we need a court to make a determination though?
Commissioner, are you asking about the document that was sent to us
Uh-huh.
today by email?
We could have a court tell us that it is ours. Obviously, that would prolong the process significantly. That's why they have proposed this agreement instead.
If I could just add something here. So it is labeled on the recorded plat as a sanitary sewer easement. There's also precedent that it is public because the school board tied to that easement. So the only way that could happen is if that were a public easement. So there's precedent there. We're confident that is a public sanitary sewer easement.
So would there be a legal advice of agreeing or not? I mean, what's the, in your position, since a court hasn't made a determination, what is your opinion about moving forward?
I would say that this agreement would suffice. This only became an issue because that property owner voiced opinion that he did not think it was ours, but that was some time ago, and I think that opinion has changed. So I don't anticipate it being an issue. This agreement is just in case it does become an issue, but I don't think it's likely.
Okay.
Any other questions? Comments, concerns? All right, thank you. Next item is a real estate advisory report. Recognize Commissioner Giles.
Okay. So these two pieces of property came before the Planning Commission with negative recommendations to sell, which I know you brought up that the sales agreement, but that it was for sale, but we didn't have the sales agreement. Right. But they still, one was because of the usage. We're talking about two properties here. One, because of the need for the city on York Road. When it was explained how the city used that piece of property, when it was also brought out that we only have a 4-year agreement with Metro for our sewer, even though we've got that basin, we don't know what's going to happen in 4 years. The fact that that property was bought because we were going to have to build possibly a sewer refinery, maybe. I'm not if that's correct.
Just to clarify, this is York Road.
Yes, yes. Yeah, and I said York Road. This is the first piece on York Road. So with all of those variables, and because that piece of property that was up for sale went to Cedar Creek, where that we would need access to that if we was to ever do it, and because of the Public Works uses those 44 acres, because City Beautiful uses those 44 acres, because Parks, I think, have used them to put some stuff on those 44 acres, it wasn't feasible to sell as far as the Planning Commission was concerned. As far as the piece of property at the planning, again, the planning happened before the real estate. So the planning, because they didn't know how much was offered, if I remember this correctly and all that, they said no on that too. So that was a negative to sell that piece of property. So then moving on, I'm just catching you up on all of this. So moving on to the real estate committee, excuse me. We met to come to a value of the property, in my opinion, where it is right now. So what somebody does with it 20 years later is really, in my opinion, not my concern. If we're wanting to sell something, then, what's the value of it right now in the market? So if you looked at the minutes, which was in your packet, you've seen that the planning, the real estate committee thought that the value of York property was approximately 3.5 million, the way it is right now. They thought that the value of the Golden Bear was about 2.4 to 2.5, the way it is. Okay. One of the things that was mentioned at that real estate committee was to look, because that land sloped down through there. So we start, most of us thought, well, that's right. That's all can be put in there. But it's sort of deceptive when you look at that piece of property for sale on Golden Bear. You see that triangle and you say, oh, that's where the stormwater basin is, and blah, blah, blah. But in actuality, it's not. And so when you look at the topo on there now, when you look at it and you start subtracting as that slopes down, it's really not that much. And then it goes back up towards that triangle. So in actuality, I've got something to show y'all. I'm not for selling that piece of property out there because I think it's more valuable to the city for these reasons. One, let's say that we got 2 acres wherever on that development, on the Sutton development. And they're going to put that trailhead somewhere with the amenities and all that. We still don't have, we don't know if there's rock up there. So if we build a fire station there, we're probably going to have to blast. If you look along Golden Bear, from that area up to approximately where that area would be, that we possibly would get the 2 acres and have that rock is X amount of height through there. So that's going to have to be taken down. We have the best of both worlds. And here's the reason why. And Hunter, River, could you put that up, please? And then I met with the fire department. And if you go back to 2020, for those of us who were on the commission, a lot of us talk to Amazon when they come in, and we asked for that piece of property over there for a fire station. And then I was reminded of this, which I had forgotten about. Previous Mayor Haggerty was in some kind of meeting with the county mayor, and they were going to thought that was supposed to be given to the county. And it ended up, because it was written from Amazon, that it was recorded with Amazon, it was supposed to be given to the city, for a fire station or whatever we're going to do. Well, so if you look at this topo, and I met with the fire department, so I'd like for you to come up now and let's talk about this. Where we're getting with this is there is room on this piece of property to build the correct size fire department that we need. And we don't have to worry. We've got a lot here. So I'm going to let Joey talk about that.
Yeah. Chief Edwards, Deputy Fire Chief. We met last week with Commissioner Giles. We walked the property, and I had my same reservations at first about it. I'll be honest with you. I'd always known the property was there. I was around here in 2020 when we had those meetings with former Mayor Haggerty and Mayor Hutto. There was a little bit of debate about whose it was, and we got all that clarified, but it was the city's. And a lot has transpired. I just wrote down 4 quick notes that kind of went along with it. Number one, we always said we wanted to be closer to I-40 because there was no access from Station 1 on Belinda City side. You'd have to go all the way, if you're familiar, go all the way around Belinda City, come up around Posey Hill area, come back down through Beckwith, really congested in afternoons. So it was never really an option. That all really changed with Summit Boulevard being implemented into that area there, with going from Beckwith over to Belinda City. So we anticipate it's probably going to improve response time for our Station 1 to get over to that area, especially to the interchange, the Costco, by 3 or 4 more minutes. And it may even be better than that. But we do see an improvement there. Therefore, being able to maybe move Station 4 instead of closer to the interstate like we had originally planned, move it a little bit more to the north, preferably north of Rutland. That would kind of be where we would consider, because we don't want to move it too far because of the development, as you just heard from Marabella, and all the other things that could possibly go in that area. So that's the reason why. We're definitely not talking a large station here. This would be more or less another fire engine as well as an ambulance. So we're talking maybe 8,000, 10,000 square foot fire station. And then in my last notes, really, we're just looking for future land. This isn't going to be built tomorrow. This isn't going to be built even probably a year or 2 or even 3 years from now. This is really for future for us. So regardless, that's just kind of the notes with it. This property will work that we currently have. Adam Metters had to step out, but we did talk to him about the retention basin and the stormwater that's there currently that you see on the map. That's just kind of north of the parking lot there. Essentially to the left of that, the wooded area, that would just have to be utilized in that space for your stormwater. And obviously in coordination with engineering, would have to work with a little bit of a head wall to the south of the property. There is a retention basin right across the street. If you'll look, right there in front of the Amazon, that little retention basin that's there, that will kind of have to go in coordination with engineering. But other than that, we do feel the property is suitable for a fire station, future fire station, as well as accommodating all the stormwater requirements that he did review. So
Can you show them where the fire station could be and how you would utilize your ingress and egress?
Yeah,
Because
if you'll look at the map, just kind of coming off the road that's coming, as you see, basically right there at the blue and where the road is, when you make the entrance into the trailhead, directly north of that, where it's kind of got a little, I guess it's a little curve right there, we would make a public access road that would go straight due north of there into a fire station parking lot. The station front would actually face towards Golden Bear, and the bay doors would be kind of right and left if you're looking down at the building. They would make a swoop coming around the building into the bays this way, and then going back out on that main road back to the main intersection. That is great. Whoever's got that. Thank you, John. Yes. So essentially, they're going to pull in right through here. The station will face this way. So the front of your building should be in this general area. This road is the one I'm referring to. We would need to come in this way, come back through the bays, and then back out the doors to the main intersection, if that makes sense at all. Obviously, this is just looking at the acreage. We feel it'll work. I don't have any drawings for it. This is pretty new. All this didn't come about until again a week or two ago. I know the Sutton development. I have not had a chance to actually see, other than tonight, a rough estimate of where it would go. I haven't analyzed it. I haven't looked at it. I will say that the more and more I look at this property, and especially what we're doing with preemption, I do like the fact that we come out on a main intersection that already has a signal that could be preempted for the safety of our responders once they get an emergency call. So, yes, sir.
You said originally you wanted to be closer to 40 because of Costco and Belinda City, assuming the response times coming from the fire station over there is pretty slow.
It was until Summit Boulevard will be active for us.
Okay.
The whole Summit Boulevard changed the dynamic, and I anticipate it relieving a lot of traffic. Stress coming, people heading out that way, they're probably going to use it as a cut through, but it does allow us to traverse through that area much faster than going at the corner at Posey Hill, Beckwith, and Rutland.
Because the city already owns land, 5 acres, in fact, maybe 8, as part of the Mark McDonald project, which is right across the street from Costco.
Mm-hmm.
That was actually originally when that PUD came through, was Chief Bluffman's ask when we were in those meetings that fire station go there. That's land we already own, and they're developing it, and they're going to be blasting, and they're going to get it site ready for us. Is that land that we already own? Is that area, given it's a mile down the road, is that something that can be revisited?
I'd say we could look at it. I think more if we do take it a little bit north, I think eventually it will probably help for future, especially just because now Station 1, if you look at it on a map compared to that area, it's so close. I'm not sure it makes the most sense to do that, but I don't think Summit Boulevard was on the. I don't think Summit Boulevard was created when that came about.
And aren't we planning to do another future fire station on Lebanon Road?
I think it'll be warranted. It depends obviously on what this board decides. The Bender's Ferry and the Mirabella project, all that goes hand in hand.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to weigh everything out. I mean, this is land we already own.
Yeah, no, I understand. And I think that was our thought here, was land we owned here.
Yeah,
and I think
true.
that's definitely we're looking at all the options, and ultimately, as I said, my fourth bullet point was we just need land for the future and for the growth of the department.
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
Ladies first.
You're recognized, sir.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I was trying to be nice, Commissioner. I apologize. Real quick, just the current firehouse that we're at, that we're wrapping up down the street, just budgetary cost today, where are we at with that site?
Yeah, are you asking how much that station was?
Yeah, total.
Neighborhood, I don't want to quote, but it's somewhere in the ballpark of 10 to 11 million.
And the one over on Lebanon Road?
It
How
was
much?
about 4 or 5 million. If I think, well, to be honest with you, I believe it was about 4.5, but there was a lot of concessions because of
Yeah.
the not meeting requirements.
So that one up there, is that about the size that we're looking for of what we have up there up on Lebanon Road?
Probably be something very similar to it. Yes, sir.
'Cause
This
one right
station
is
here,
the-
if you'll remember, it's
Yep,
it's got
a lot
added a
more.
training room
Yes,
and a lot more bedrooms.
totally get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus it's more
Well,
centralized in the
it
city
is.
and it's a different workshop there. So I get it.
Mhm.
So this one up here is what you're projecting for what we're going to need over here?
I would say that'd be correct. Me personally, I would not build a fire station anything less than 3 bays from this point forward, only just because of reserve apparatus. We already know over there at the City Hall Annex, it's, if you had 9 million square feet, it feels like you need 19 million. We've seemed to run out of space a lot. So I would, just for the growth of the city, I would encourage to build 3 bay fire stations for the future, just because of holding reserve apparatus and ambulances.
Okay.
Mr. Mullally?
So Mirabella, this would be within 5 miles.
I don't know that. I haven't got that depth in research as far as where it's at. I'll certainly look at it to see exactly where it is. I believe this will be closer to Mirabella than if we went further south. I can tell you for a fact it will not cover Bender's Ferry. As we mentioned, the one on Lebanon Road. I did a rough estimate, and from that area, from that driveway right there, just to maybe the entrance is 5.8 miles to Bender's Ferry project.
If, because what does that do? Go down and come back up? Is that what you said?
The topo on it shows about 565, 570 on this tip here. And it goes to about 560 through the center right here. And then rising back up to 565 towards this end.
So I was talking to Shorty earlier about a estimate on, and he said in general, most properties are, you can build on at least 40%. So I was asking about this property. So if we take that percentage, and that's 5 acres, so 40% of 5 acres. I mean, you're talking about 2.5
acres.
So
Yeah.
Really, and that's what you need to build a fire
Correct.
station, 2 acres.
Yes, ma'am, roughly.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay. And also with this one being on the south, we're going to be closer to Division because you were mentioning it's so dangerous on Division. So with the light already there, we don't know when the light's going to come up there, as we talked about earlier. And of course, we don't know when this fire station is going to come, but I talked about the voluntary contribution of $7,500. It could go to a new fire station here as well. And we already have this property here. And as far as the value of this is concerned, I meant to throw this in a while ago. This was as is when it would come to the real estate committee. In actuality, if you put this out to bid for, of course, we could change the zoning to it ourselves. But if you put this out to bid for like a fast food to come in or some kind of station or something, the value of this would probably be more like $5 million. So, when they were talking about the slope, that's going to be filled in with gravel. And in this area where he's talking about the fire station, from the end of that ingress there, it's about 288 feet. Is that correct? To the end of our property?
Yes.
When I'm out there, I never think about that. When we see this on the map, we never think about that. We think, oh, that's unusable. That's a lot of space. So, and the trailhead would stay there. They would just take a little of that parking lot. And that's where he was talking about.
Yeah, right there is where I would figure to be as a drive coming in.
Sure. So, I mean, that would be nothing, and we would have a city building there eventually to help maintain and watch that parking lot, which we've got cameras anyway, I assume, on there, don't we, Chief? I don't know. Okay. So it doesn't have to be moved, and we don't have to do anything. We don't have to worry. I mean, that's already been dug out. I don't think there's a lot of rock there. If there was, we wouldn't have to be doing as much blasting as we would somewhere else. And again, the light's already there. So this is what I think we should do because of that.
Right. Anyone else? All right. Did you have anything else?
No, I don't think so.
Commissioner Giles?
Thank you.
All right. The next item is yours as well for the
I have
status.
a question, excuse me. Excuse me, I have a question.
Share hand up.
I had my hand up,
Sorry.
like way
Caught me
high.
off guard.
Okay.
Sorry.
So say if we did build a fire hall there, what would happen to our public restrooms and our trailhead?
I'm sorry, what did you say? I was looking at the distance. I was 287, I said 288, so I missed it by 1 foot.
All right, so if we build a fire hall there, what would happen to our trailhead and our restrooms?
The trailhead there wouldn't move. It would stay there.
Okay, what about the restrooms?
It would stay there. That, I'm including the restrooms in it.
So
And you
you're-
would have the fire
you would-
department there, so you've got city personnel there 24 hours a day.
Okay, so you're proposing to leave the restrooms and then the fire hall could be built in the back part?
It is the back part. Yeah, he'll show you again where that is. It all makes sense. And that development will have to put that road, the rest of the road down through there. That's on theirs anyway, if I'm not mistaken. She wants to know where the fire station.
I thought you were
will be.
talking about replacing that, so I thought the proposal was.
The fire station would be in this general area. And like I said, the front of the building would be somewhere in this area and going to the north, kind of like this, the length of this area.
Okay, I got you. All right, so if the real estate commission estimated that property as is worth 2.5 million. Okay, why would it be worth potentially 5 million if we were to sell it for someone
Because
who's
we've not
interested
put
in
it
it?
out on the market for
Hmm.
people to be able to bid against it. And that was one of the things from the planning commission, if I remember correctly, was because of transparency. They thought that anytime we sell a piece of city property, anybody should be able to bid on it, not just a developer that's adjacent to it. So if you put this out in the national on listed that or whatever, you could probably get about 5 million for it. Yeah, they're going to have to fill in. They're going to have to do some sewer improvements. You got a little sewer over there, but I'm sure they'd have to increase it to go under it. But so I just brought that in to say, if it was put out on the market, we might be able to get 5 million for it.
All right, so who is it that proposed that we sell the York property?
Kenny's got
It just wasn't necessarily proposed. There's a developer doing a development in there in York Road, and the conversation started because of proximity of the current firing range to the development. And so, of course, we met with the chief and some other representatives from the police department. So I said, well, if you got it, if you're interested, I could take some for the commission for transparency to get it before the real estate committee, because that's the only option I have if somebody is interested in a property, is to bring it to you guys, because it's currently not listed. And the other thing was because it had been discussed during budget time about possibly selling some of the city properties. So I'd mentioned a while back about it's always good to bring it before the commission. In this case, we had to go for the real estate committee and the planning commission and then the BLC, just so you'd have the opportunity to talk about it and then give me direction on whether or not listing the property through a commercial broker or accepting the offer or declining it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and Commissioner Giles, earlier I thought you were talking about York Road, you were talking about 44. I couldn't figure out what you were talking about. Did you mean, were you talking about acreage?
It's 44 acres that was proposed to be sold.
Oh,
Out of the
not the full
64 acres.
66?
Out of the 64, there was 44.
Out of the 66, okay.
Uh-huh. Isn't that correct?
I don't know.
It's close. Yeah, it's like 68, but yes, sir, that's accurate.
I think it was 44.
Oh, and leaving 20 or whatever for the city? Was that the idea? Okay.
Commissioner Hefner?
I do have a comment about the York Road and this, I guess, the leverage over the sewer negotiations with Nashville Metro. But before I get to that, here's the issue I have with just selling this parcel off. Yes, could we get more money for it? Yep, but you're going to get a McDonald's, you're going to get a fast food restaurant. What they're proposing is to do a master development plan around all of that property, not just developing 5 acres. I would much rather see that developed under a master development plan under a PUD than just sell at random to the highest bidder and then they throw whatever they can in there. That's just my opinion. I think that's a better way of incorporating and getting money for it, fair market value, or however we go about determining the sales price for that property. We can always go look down Golden Bear and potentially find some other property to buy. But I'd much rather see it master developed and rethink or relook at the land that we own further down south in Golden Bear. But the idea of keeping and maintaining bathrooms too, that's at a cost to the citizens, whereas the Suttons are going to take over that expense of that maintaining and managing. It's still going to be a public restroom that we don't have to take care of. And I just think, yeah, the fire station, ideally, if you can put a fire station, you can work a fire station into the master development plan. I think that's the best of all worlds. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know how that affects the big box retailer or whoever's going in there. They're gone. Okay, well, so we've got that consider. But I just think, generally speaking, I think I would much rather see it incorporated into a larger master developed piece of property, which includes all the surrounding areas. I agree. And as far as the York Road, I mean, I know it was purchased with one day of maybe the city getting into the sewer treatment business. I don't know. Do we really want to get in the sewer treatment business? Or what's the cost to build a sewer treatment plant? What's the cost to maintain a sewer treatment plant? And if we've got a contract they're going to be negotiating with Metro here within the next years, shouldn't we be breaking ground on a sewer treatment plant right now? Or are we going to wait until a year before we're going to negotiate that contract? In which case we lose all of our leverage because they're going to call our bluff and there's nothing you're going to do right now with that property. So if we're going to build a sewer treatment plant on that property, we need to start having those conversations right now. But if we're going to negotiate a contract with Metro, we need to be having those conversations right now as well. Yeah. So,
okay, so if I may speak, Mayor, the basin was built so that we would hopefully have better rates with Metro.
It was going to be a requirement in the future.
Yeah, okay. So that requirement was met. Mm-hmm. So at the Planning Commission, I didn't know this, and I asked specifically how many years we would have, okay, which I assume would be 15, 20 years. It's 4 years.
Yeah, 4 years on that original. I think it's a 40-year contract, 30 or 40-year contract.
The 30's over, and we're going to have it's the 4 years now. I thought that was a new contract, 4 years.
It would have to be renegotiated at that point, and that's why the sewer basin was needed. Because every city out there during the renegotiation processes, we're having to have that. That was just to capture, so we could send a steady flow into Nashville because they got tired of, I guess, picking up the peaks and valleys and the flow rates on it.
So it makes sense.
But there is an old study out there on what it would take to reverse the flow of the sewer system to send it to York Road. I'll just say it ain't cheap, and I didn't adjust it for today's dollars either.
Well, and one thing the planning commission brought up, or the real estate committee was that if we went out to buy that piece of property for what we utilize it for today, where would we find it? Because you're just mentioning the sewer, but in actuality, we've got the public works that take the dead deer off the road and put it in the middle of this piece of property. So you sell that 44 acres, you've got 20 acres for people to for us to throw the dead deer on. And guess what's going to happen? People are going to start complaining. So then we're going to have to find another avenue that's going to be reoccurring expenses to get rid of those carcasses. So what's that going to do? Incinerate it. And so when we incinerate any animal from the animal control center down here that they've had to put down or whatever, it costs a lot more because of the heat of that. So here we are, we're going to have more expenses down the road when we don't have any expenses now, and it takes care of our needs in the city. So
Well, I don't know if throwing dead animals around that property is the healthiest thing to do either. There's buzzards that fly in and out of there that create.
well, that's why
diseases.
buzzards are made. I'm assuming
maybe
if they
incinerating them might
biodegrade
be
into the
great.
property.
I've been there. I've seen dead animals all over that property, including the
Right.
vultures.
Right.
Or with resale value.
And all of our branches and limbs. It's
All
a
of that-
dumping. It's a dumping ground for the city.
It is. So
I don't
what are
know
we
if
going to
it's-
do without it? Not put it on, we don't want to put it on Clemens because we don't have that much there like out there. And then Public Works has to come in every couple of years and have that ground up. So some of it's biodegradable into the soil, but a lot of it's not.
I'll say any dumping out there, to the best of my knowledge, is in total compliance with anything from the EPA or TDEC.
Yes.
Just
So
biodegradable stuff. Commissioner Mullally.
So for the record, I don't support selling any of the 66 acres on York.
well, and this is a discussion, and I don't either. We're not making a motion on, we can't make a motion on that tonight. But, and also, if I may, getting back to what you said, Commissioner Hefner, about the McDonald's, I actually would rather see, if we're not going to be there, I would actually rather see a McDonald's that we know is going to generate X amount of taxes, because you've got Amazon on one side, you've got this development that's going to go on in the back. So we're going to get a lot of tax money. And in the master plan, you've got a certain amount of retail on both sides there. But this is preliminary tonight. This isn't the final. So that means it can change by the time it comes back. And there could, just long as percentage is met, and it may not look like what we see tonight.
Vice Mayor.
Thanks for all the discussion. I'm just asking for the deputy chief and our chief to make sure that they validate what's a mile down the street with the other development, and see if there's any pros and cons to come back to the commission, please. So that way we can know what the pros and cons are. And then, I mean, me personally, if there's a possibility to even have this, land ready, if there's a possibility to move this somewhere else on Golden Bear, if that's something there. Again, it's important for us to be able to make sure that, I think it's, if you're going to have such a large project right there, have the first responders right behind there. I mean, there's some benefit there for all those residents and the commercial folks as well. So, and I know that may or may not work for the exact plan, but when you got several thousands of people that are just in your development, plus what we have right across the street between Amazon, very large industrial building, and then right up the street, you got all the other commercials. It's smart when it comes down to the safety side. So, there's some homework coming out of tonight, and just wanted to bring that up. Those are some expectations on my end that I'm going to be calling you back up and asking. So thank you.
I'll just add on here, I think the proposal tonight's more valuable to the city than this one parcel by itself. And there's some advantages to be gained from a comprehensive plan for that entire area there, especially if we can reduce costs to the city for its ongoing operations cost. Ideally, we can work something out with a fire station somewhere in that area, wherever it makes sense. York Road, I don't feel the same compelling reason to move on it as quickly. I mean, I haven't seen any details on any of the offerings on that one, I don't believe, so. My feedback. Anything else? Make sure I look for hands this time. All right, Mr. Giles, you have the floor for 11C.
Well, I just wanted to put this on because this has been dragging on so long and I don't understand it. So I'd like for some explanation why we don't have this already. Hearsay is that somebody from staff told them to halt on this. We went through the budget process. The budget is long gone. And we still have nothing in front of us. So I'd like for somebody to comment from city staff on what's going on. And did y'all tell them to halt on this? And if you did, why? And why is it still halted?
Mr. Martin.
Yeah, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, it's not halted. I think at the time during the budget, the department heads, because they would need to interview individual department heads and people within those departments, that they were busy focused on that then instead of the individual interviews. So it was paused, not necessarily halted, I guess you'd say, just during the budget. But it's since the budget passed, they were back in action. As a matter of fact, we just had interviews with them a couple of weeks ago where they were coming out and interviewing different department heads. So it was just a temporary pause at the time during the budget because this year's budget was pretty difficult process. And so everybody was focused on that. So it's been unhalted. It was just halted for a short period of time during the budget procedure.
Okay. So the budget, we voted on the budget, correct me if I'm wrong, in June. Is that when we had?
Yeah,
okay.
probably so. It sounds
Okay.
about right.
And this is September, and we've still not met with them as the commission.
What I can do is tell them that we'd like for them to expedite that part with the commission. Yes, I could do that.
I mean, I just think it's taken too long to tell us what our needs are for City Hall.
As far as the time constraints, I mean, we'll take responsibility for the fact we were focusing on the budget at the time, but that was a temporary halt. And then that was during the budget process. So anything from then on in July and August, they've been continuing to do their interviews and all. But if it's about moving the commission up in the process, I'll be glad to say, hey, we're paying these folks good money. So you need to get something set with the commissioners and sit down with them individually. I can do that as easy as tomorrow. That's why I had them provide this report for you, at least on a time frame. But most of the staff that I'm aware of, at least from a department head standpoints here at the City Hall, have already met with them about our needs assessments and what we could see with that. So I can do that easily. But I hope that explains where there was a halt. There was with everybody being so focused on that, we felt like that was paramount to what they were wanting at the time, but it was temporary. They've been full blown since then. It's a complex process, but I will get that set up for you all. Have them send some dates that works for each one of you so that they can meet with you. True convenience. Will that work for everybody?
That'd be good, I think.
Yeah, and as far as the other property, Mayor, I know I'm backtracking a little bit on that. I'm just going to pull that. If anybody approaches us about that, I'll just say, hey, it's best for the city to hang on to that property, unless somebody comes with something mind blowing. But they approached us. I felt like you guys deserved at least be able to talk about it. I like the process, so we'll just hang on to that part. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All right. Anything else, Commissioner Giles?
Oh, no.
All right. Reaching the end of our agenda. If there's no objections, we will adjourn. Hearing none, we are adjourned.